everyone. Let's start with a short meditation just to relax the body, relax the mind, and setting a good motivation. Allowing your awareness to descend into the body. Simply becoming aware of sensations throughout the body. Using the out breath to relax and release any tightness or tension in any part of the body. Bringing your awareness to the area of the face and softening and relaxing all the muscles in the face. The mouth and jaw soft and relaxed. And all the muscles around the eyes soft and relaxed. This way allowing the entire body to become completely relaxed, completely at ease. Allowing the breathing to settle into its natural rhythm. Not trying to control or regulate the breath in any way. Simply allowing it to flow naturally, effortlessly. give yourself permission to let go of any hopes or fears, worries or concerns about the past or the future. To give yourself permission to let go of all of these things for the duration of this short meditation. And simply allow the mind to come to rest in the present moment. And simply focus on the rhythm of your breath. Noticing if it is long or short, deep or shallow, regular or irregular. Without trying to control or modify the breathing in any way. Maintain an ongoing flow of mindfulness of the rhythm of the breath. If you become distracted from the breath, then the first thing to do is simply relax. And then release the distraction and very gently return to focusing on the rhythm of the breath. So relax, release, and return. Each time you notice you've become distracted, simply keep coming back to the breath again and again, patiently and happily. motivation for coming here today? And then set the best possible motivation you can for attending these sessions here today. These sessions on the insight into reality. Try to expand your motivation out to include others. That we're not just doing this for our own benefit, but we're doing this so that we can be of more benefit to those around us. Keeping this motivation in mind, we can begin our discussions here today. Let's begin with a review of some of the main points we've covered already this weekend. So this topic, insight into reality, this word insight here is coming from the original Sanskrit word vipassana, or the Pali word vipassana. And in both of those words, the vi prefix means higher or superior, and passana or pasana means to see. So vipassana or vipassana practice is a higher seeing, seeing beyond. So we're talking about gaining insight. So usually this word here is translated as insight or special insight. And of course we're talking about gaining insight into the nature of reality. And why is it important to gain insight into the nature of reality? It's because it's our distorted view of reality that is the root cause of our mental afflictions, such as attachment, aversion, jealousy, and anxiety, and so forth, and also therefore the root cause of our suffering. So if we want to overcome our mental afflictions and suffering, we need to gain an insight into the nature of reality. We need to engage in this vipassana practice. But of course we're not just talking about gaining an intellectual understanding of nature of reality. Because it's not our intellectual understanding that is driving our behaviour, it's our instinctive habits. And instinctively, our habit is to have a distorted view of reality. And so if we want to overcome that, we need more than just having a correct intellectual understanding of nature of reality. This is the first step. That first, and this is the Tibetan words here, goal means intellectual. First, we gain an intellectual understanding of vipassana practice, what is in nature of reality and how to do the practice. Because if we don't gain this, then we don't know how to meditate, what to meditate on, how to interpret experiences and so forth. So we need this as a framework for our practice, but then we need to bring this intellectual understanding into practice. We need to meditate. And then we can go to the next stage, nam, where we have a taste or experience of nature of reality in meditation. And that taste or experience will start to really have an effect on our mind. But that taste or experience of nature of reality will wear off. It maybe last for a few moments, a few minutes, hours, maybe even a few days, but it'll wear off. So we need to stabilize this experience So we need to go to the next stage, which is talk or realization. We need to come to a direct realization, a direct insight into nature, reality and meditation. To be able to do this, of course, we need a very calm, clear, focused mind. We need to engage in the concentration practice, or what's called shamatha practice, to develop this calm, clear, focused mind, so we can really fully penetrate the nature of reality and meditation. And this realization is a very stable experience, a long-lasting experience. So these are the stages we go through in this practice. And so what we're looking at this weekend are these points here. First, we looked at what is our distorted view. How do we distort reality? And how is that distorted view the root cause of our mental afflictions and suffering? Then we started to look at how to establish the correct view of reality. And then on that basis, what we're going to be looking at this morning is how then we can progress in the spiritual path based on that practice. And then this afternoon we're going to look at how we can integrate this practice into daily life. Because if we want this practice or any practice to progress, not only do we need to meditate, to internalize, but we need to integrate into daily life. And so then we began by looking at some ways in which we distort reality, and we saw that there are at least 4 ways in which we have a distorted view of reality. That we tend to see things which are changing as unchanging. Of course, everything we experience, including ourselves, is changing moment by moment. This idea of impermanence. And again, this is something I think we all can at least intellectually appreciate and accept. But of course, instinctively, that's not really how we see things, even ourselves. That we see things as somewhat stable and not really changing much. And so the way in which we interact with ourselves and objects and other people is we tend to see things as quite stable. And so therefore we're out of sync with reality. And then another way in which we distort reality is we see pleasure as happiness. That we grasp onto our pleasurable experiences hoping that they're going to fulfill us and that they last. That they give us some sort of lasting happiness. But of course we understand, again intellectually, I think we all appreciate that our pleasurable experiences are very transient. They'll always come to an end. But experientially, that's not how we relate to our pleasurable experiences. We try and really hold on to them, hoping that they will fulfill us and they will last. And of course that creates a lot of mental afflictions and suffering. And then we also see where there's no self, a self. Meaning that here, somewhere, there seems to be a me that seems to be more than just the body and the mind. There seems to be an extra thing here on top of the body and the mind. And this is what's called grasping to self. That we overinflate the sense of me, we grasp onto this self. And of course, if we investigate closely, we'll see there's nothing more, there's nothing extra than the body and the mind here. There is no self here. But of course, we're not saying there's no person or no me. So this is just a false way of seeing ourselves as a person. And then lastly, the one we've been really focusing on mainly yesterday, is that we see things which are dependent as independent. That also here, I think, intellectually we can sort of appreciate this idea of interdependency at some level. But again, experientially, we really see or believe that there's an independent me here, there's an independent objective world out there. And this is a distortion. And so we saw that through these distortions, this is the root cause of our mental afflictions and suffering. And so we looked at that in that first chart that we have in the handouts here, this suffering and its causes chart. And we saw how particularly this distorted view that there's an independent me here, an independent objective world there, how that is really the root of all of our mental afflictions and suffering. And we saw that in the 6 steps here. That the first step was this seed of ignorance. So ignorance again is this distorted view. Ignorance here is this grasping onto independent me, independent world. And seed is just the habit of that. And we've had the habit of doing that since we were born and well before, according to Buddhism. And then we saw that when we look out on the world, everything appears to exist independent of us. And this view of reality here is saying that this is a mistaken dualistic appearance. There appears to be subject-object duality. There appears to be an independent me here, independent objective world there. But that appearance is deceiving us, so therefore it's a mistaken appearance, because things do not exist as they appear. But because things always appear to us in this way, we've never seen the world in any other way, and we have the habit of believing those appearances, we just accept them. We never question appearances. So therefore we end up at step 2, where we instinctively just accept, yes, there is an independent me here, independent world there. And then in every one of our experiences, we have this mental factor of feeling, which is that we experience things as either pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. And we saw there that this mental factor of feeling, experiencing pleasant, unpleasant, neutral, together with ignorance, leads to the third step. Because again, if we're looking at these flowers and we're, say, having a pleasant experience, together with the belief that those flowers are independent of us, that will naturally lead us to assume there must be some attractive quality there that's causing our pleasant experience. We'll see them as inherently attractive, or attractive from their own side. Or if we're having an unpleasant experience, together with the belief that they are independent of us, naturally we'll assume there must be some unattractive quality there that's causing our unpleasant experience. And once we get to this step, which of course, according to this view, is a misconception, these qualities do not exist from their own side, then step 4 easily follows. Because, if I'm having a pleasant experience when I'm seeing those flowers, I like pleasant experiences, I want pleasant experiences. Those flowers seem to be causing my pleasant experience, therefore I want those flowers. So that's attachment. Or if I'm having an unpleasant experience, of course, I don't like unpleasant experiences, I don't want them. Those flowers seem to be causing my unpleasant experience, get them out of here. Aversion. So we see that with this distorted view of reality, we end up with attachment to pleasant things, aversion to unpleasant things, and then we simply reinforce our false belief that they're independent with any neutral experiences. And so these are the 3 main mental afflictions which lead to all the other mental afflictions. That's what's driving our behaviour, and every action we do that is motivated by a mental affliction leads to a result, which is our experiences. And here, our experiences collectively, the Buddha described them using the word dukkha, usually translated as suffering. So this is how this distorted view of reality is the root cause of our mental afflictions and our suffering. And then when we began to look at how to establish a correct view of reality, we began by presenting the 4 Noble Truths, which is the foundation of all Buddhist traditions, the very first thing that the Buddha taught. And we saw here this process that we just looked at described using the 4 Noble Truths. That in the 4 Noble Truths, the first 2 Noble Truths is the Buddha's diagnosis for us. That he said we are stuck in the state of suffering, or actually dukkha. Why are we stuck in this state? Because of our mental afflictions. Particularly the root mental affliction is this distorted view of reality. And that was the Buddha's diagnosis. And we're stuck in this state life after life. And this cycling life after life in this state is called samsara. But of course the Buddha's prognosis was that we can cure ourselves of this. We can liberate ourselves from suffering and its causes, from the mental afflictions. We can achieve a healthy state, which is often called nirvana. And how we can achieve that healthy state, what is the medicine, what's the cure, is the truth of the path. The path leading to the cessation of suffering. What do we need to do to achieve this goal of nirvana? And we saw there in your second chart, this 3 vehicles chart, we saw that these 4 Noble Truths are very much exemplified in the modern day Theravada Buddhist traditions. such as Sri Lankan Buddhism, from Myanmar, from Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Southeast Asia. In these traditions, they really are founding their practices on the Four Noble Truths. So the goal of the spiritual path in the Theravada is this goal of nirvana, and then the practices they engage in, truth of the path, we saw here, is normally listed as these noble eightfold path, these 8 practices. And we saw there that these 8 practices can be condensed into 3 main areas of practice: ethics, concentration, wisdom. That on the basis of an ethical lifestyle, avoiding harmful behaviour, we engage in the concentration practice to develop single-pointed concentration, and then on that basis we engage in the wisdom practice, which here we're using the word vipassana for that wisdom practice. And what insights are we to gain here within the Four Noble Truths to achieve nirvana? We saw there that there are 3 insights we are cultivating in this path here. The 3 insights were these 3 marks of existence: impermanence, suffering, and no self. So if we can come to realize impermanence, not just intellectually, but directly, experientially in meditation, that will have a profound impact on our life. Because if we can not only intellectually understand that things are changing moment by moment, but we can experientially see things as changing moment by moment, you will find that your attachment to pleasant things, your aversion to unpleasant things will dramatically decrease. Because to have attachment to something pleasant, there needs to be something to grab hold of. But if we can experientially see things as constantly changing, there's nothing to grab. So there's nothing for attachment to grab hold of, so attachment dissipates. Similarly, if there's something unpleasant, to have aversion, there needs to be something to push against. But if it's changing constantly, there's nothing to push against. So you'll find that by realizing impermanence, your life will mental afflictions will dramatically decrease. In particular, much less attachment to pleasant, very hard to have attachment to pleasant things, aversion to unpleasant things. And then the second insight here, this insight into suffering or dukkha, if we can really appreciate, we can experientially see what actually is the human condition, not just intellectually, experientially, then from that we will know experientially the source of happiness and suffering is not anywhere out there, it's inside our own mind. So then from that we'll be able to turn our attention inwards to look for the source of suffering, the source of happiness within ourselves, and thereby develop this aspiration to be liberated from suffering and its causes, this aspiration for nirvana. And then we can cultivate this wisdom of no self, to come to realize there's no self. And if we can realize that, then in the Theravada tradition, this is accepted as the root cause of all mental afflictions and suffering. So if we can realize there is no self to be found here, we can overcome all mental afflictions and suffering, we can achieve the goal of nirvana. But then we saw that the Buddha also taught what's called the Perfection of Wisdom Sutras, Perfection of Wisdom teachings. And here, the Buddha said, actually, there's a deeper level of ignorance than simply grasping onto self. There's something deeper we need to address. And that is that we have this grasping onto independent me, independent objective world. So therefore, in the Mahayana Buddhist traditions, which now, of course, are Chinese Buddhism, Zen, Korean, Vietnamese, Tibetan Buddhism, are all within the Mahayana vehicle, then when we talk about Vipassana practice, what insight we need to gain this insight into emptiness. And so that's what we were looking at yesterday. So remember, emptiness is the realization that everything is empty of independent existence. Nothing exists independently. So again, emptiness doesn't mean nothing really exists. It simply means everything's empty of independent existence. And so that's what we were looking at yesterday, is to have a look at how to establish this view of emptiness. And so we began by looking at what do we mean by independent existence? And we had a couple of terms there which we you looked at yesterday that are commonly used. Inherent existence, existing from its own side, and true existence. That these are terms, all the same, all terms describing the same thing, independent existence. That inherent existence, probably the most common term you will see, has the idea of things being self-existent. That everything has its own unique nature, that the world is made up of many separate, discrete things. Existing from its own side has the idea that things exist without needing an observer. They simply exist from their own side without the need of an observer. And then true existence was the idea that things existing as they appear. Because things appear to exist independent of us, and if they actually existed like that, they would be true. So that's true existence. So these are all terms describing the same thing from slightly different angles. And we saw here that if we investigate, we'll come to realize that everything is empty of inherent existence, meaning everything is empty of independent existence. Nothing exists independently. Because we will see that everything is dependently existent. So the word in Buddhism for that is dependent arising. That arising here means coming into existence. So everything exists or comes into existence dependently. And so if we can understand what do we mean by things being dependent, that can better help us to understand emptiness, because that is the flip side. That emptiness and dependent arising are like two sides of a coin. So if you understand one, you understand the other. So therefore, we looked at how to understand this idea of dependent arising, and we saw there that things exist dependently in three ways, at least three ways. That things exist depending on causes and conditions, things exist depending on their parts, and things exist depending on labelling, designation, or conception. And we saw there that the first two, usually at some level we can appreciate that, we can appreciate that everything exists depending on causes and conditions, and that everything exists depending on its parts. But to really appreciate dependent arising, we really need to go to this level, to really appreciate it at the deepest level. And that is, things exist depending on labelling, designation, or conception. And we saw here that this meant, it doesn't just mean there's a thing here which we're calling a laptop. Again, that's fairly superficial understanding. What we saw here was that actually what it means is that we create the world of our experience. Because actually, there is no discrete objects out there that we're sort of bumping into. Because all that we're receiving is a mass of sense data. And we have to make some sense or meaning out of all of this data. Particularly, visual data is our strongest sense normally. And what we do then, of course, to make sense and meaning out of all of this stuff, is we draw lines around various collections of data. And we create the object to make sense or meaning. And then, of course, to communicate, we have to give a name to that to be able to communicate with others. So this idea of labelling, designation, or conception is this process of drawing a line, creating an object, and then giving it the name. So what we can understand from that is that things are merely labelled. The things only exist within our conceptual framework. They do not exist outside of our conceptual framework, and therefore they are not findable. So remember, not findable meant that you cannot find the object in the basis, because we create the object. There is no object to be found in the basis. And we saw that using this example here, that most commonly what we would do here when we look here, we would probably draw, most commonly, we'd draw just one line here, create one object, and call it a star, because it's most meaningful. But of course, in other contexts, other situations, it actually may be more meaningful to draw two lines and say there's actually two objects here, there's two triangles here, or 6 triangles, or 6 triangles and a hexagon, or 18 lines. We can create whatever we want, whatever meaning we want. So therefore, there's no star to be found here in the basis, because the star only exists within our conceptual framework. There is no star there from its own side in the basis. And then we looked at, on the basis of establishing the correct view of reality, how do we meditate on that? Because we can have a very good intellectual understanding of emptiness and dependent arising and still be completely miserable. Because that intellectual understanding, just merely that, is probably not really going to help us very much in our life. If we constantly remind ourselves of that throughout the day, it may be a little bit helpful, but not much. And probably we're not going to be reminded, we'll just get caught up in our normal behaviour. So therefore, if we really want this idea to help us in our daily life, we need to bring it from intellectual understanding into experience, into daily life, which we'll talk about later today. So how to meditate on emptiness? Of course, we can investigate anything. We can investigate the cup, the laptop, anything we want. But it's very much recommended that we start by investigating me, the person. How do I exist? Because it's on the basis of falsely grasping onto independent me, then by default we then grasp onto independent world. So that's where all the problems really begin, is this grasping onto independent me. And so that's where it's recommended we begin. We look at me, the person. How do I exist? And so in this meditation, and we can approach this investigation in a number of ways, but the one that's most commonly recommended, and probably the one most easy for us as a beginner, is using this approach, what's called the 4 essential points. And that is, first we need to get a clear picture of how we see ourselves existing. And that's what we're going to do shortly now, is we're going to do this meditation again. Now, and this is where we most often go wrong in our meditation, that we don't get a clear picture of how we see ourselves existing. And then when we do the search, we end up searching for something else, or we end up, our intellectual mind simply comes up with some sort of answer based on our belief system. And then we're not, of course, doing any Vipassana practice. We're just allowing our intellectual mind to tell us how we think we exist, which, of course, there's no answer there. So therefore, here we need to get a clear picture of how we see ourselves existing. And now, of course, experientially, not intellectually, not based on any belief system, experientially, we really feel there's an independent me here and an independent objective world there. So we really relate to and identify with this independent me. And we need to get a clear picture of how this independent me appears to us, because that's the me we identify with in our behaviour. Now, generally, when we sit down to meditate, relax the body, we relax the mind, then often this strong sense of me is not so strong anymore because we're relaxing. So therefore, as a beginner, and this is what we're going to do in this meditation now, is that it's recommended when we begin this practice is, when we begin, think of a situation where there's a strong sense of me, and then just sit in that experience for a little while and just get a clear picture of how that me appears to exist. And so in the text they often recommend something like, imagine someone is blaming you for something you never did. Usually we have a very strong sense of me when someone does that. Or another example they often give in the text is, imagine you're on the edge of a cliff and someone gives you a little nudge. Then usually there's a very strong sense of me arising. Or another example, and that's the one we're going to use in this meditation, imagine someone is praising you for something. Usually again, when someone's praising us, we have a very strong sense of me being praised.
So this is what we need to just for a moment look at and just get a clear picture of how that me appears to exist. And then that's the me, of course, we identify with our behavior. That's the me we need to look for. And then when we look, this me can only, if there is an independent me here somewhere, it must be findable. So it can only exist in one of two places. Either that me is the same as the body and the mind, or it's different than the body and the mind. And again, when we do this search, we need to leave the intellectual mind out of this meditation. Because otherwise, if you allow the intellectual mind to come in, our intellectual mind usually has some sort of answer about who we think we really are, based on some sort of belief system that we've read about or heard about in our upbringing. So that's not of any interest here. We're not interested in our belief system. It may or may not be accurate. It doesn't matter. We're interested in doing a scientific experiment here. We're interested in empirical observation. We want to look through our direct observation, is there an independent me here or not? So we need to look in both of those places. Is it the same as the body and the mind? Is it different than the body and the mind? And if we can't find that me in either of those two places, it means that independent me is not findable. It does not exist. Because if it exists, it has to be found in one of those two places. If you don't find it, then of course, if we get to that point, we just rest in that experience of not finding. Because that not finding experience is an experience of emptiness, and we just hold that as long as we can in the meditation. So that's what we're going to do now. So is there any questions about that before we go into the meditation? Okay, let's do the practice. Let's see what comes up. As always, we begin by preparing the body. Setting the body into a state of relaxation, stillness, and vigilance. So a vigilant posture is to simply keep the back nice and straight. And then at the same time, allow the entire body to become completely relaxed. Relaxing more deeply with each out-breath.
And with each out-breath, letting go of any thoughts that may have arisen, happily releasing them. And simply allowing the mind to come to rest in the present moment. And simply focus on the sensations of the breath throughout the body. Now think of a situation where someone is praising you for something you did. Perhaps you received top marks in an exam or did an excellent job on a project at work. So imagine such a situation. Now, do you have a sense that there's a me here who is being praised? A me that seems to exist from its own side and doesn't seem to depend upon anything else to exist. Do you have this experience of such a me, the me being praised? Now, if this me exists from its own side, it must be findable. So where is this me that is being praised? So first, thoroughly search the body, every part of the body, and look for the me who is being praised. is the whole body itself? Is that the me that is being praised? Or is the whole body itself simply something which me, the praised person, possesses? Something which I have? Can the me who's being praised be found anywhere within the mind? So again, search thoroughly every part of the mind and look for the me who's being praised. If you think you find that is being praised, then look closely. Is it the me? Or is it simply something which I possess, something which I have, something which the praised person possesses? Is the whole mind itself, is that the me who is being praised? Or is the whole mind itself simply something which I possess, I have, something which the praised person possesses? Yet, other than the body and the mind, what else is there here? there's nothing more than the body and the mind here, where is the me that possesses his body and mind? Where is me that's being praised? If you can't find the me who's being praised, simply rest in the experience of not finding. Any questions or comments from that meditation?
Yeah, you know, you use this metaphor of looking into a room, but I found it really difficult to look like inside in that way, because a room I could enter, and I do that, but then it's like I'm going out and I'm in the conceptual part of me, like I'm looking at my body from outside, not from inside. So I try, but it's like all the time I end up in the on the outside. Do you understand?
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
So I found it difficult to search
Yeah.
through the body, like.
Yeah. And this is one of the things that I mentioned earlier. Find it. That this Vipassana practice is based on the concentration practice, which is based on ethics, of course. And this investigation, of course, is quite subtle. And unless we have a very calm, clear, focused mind, we're going to find this quite difficult. Because our mind is sort of distracted, it's all over the place. So therefore, that's another reason why it's very much important to emphasize this as a beginner, because if we don't have a very calm, clear, focused mind, then this sort of practice will be very difficult to do, because we won't be able to do this very precise investigation. So this, I think, is very important, that if we put more effort into this, I think you'll find that this investigation will be a lot easier. And of course, also, this type of investigation generally is not something that we normally do, so it's not so familiar to us. So the more we do it, particularly with a very calm mind, you'll find that it becomes quite easy, actually. So therefore, those two things is that we just need to practice the method, but also we need to work on this, because if we don't work on this, it would be like a scientist who's running in an experiment with some equipment, but the equipment's faulty, it's not working properly. So the scientist can run that experiment 100 times and maybe get 100 different results, because the equipment doesn't work. So similarly, we can run this experiment 100 times, because the equipment of our mind is faulty, it's not very clear and focused. We can end up with all sorts of strange results and confusion and so forth. So therefore, if we really want this practice to be much more effective, I think it's important to really put effort into this practice.
But can it be like that some parts of your body, like my lungs, something, I breathe a lot, I do breathing meditation.
Sure.
So here I found it quite easy to investigate.
Sure.
Like my toes or other parts of the legs, like
Sure.
not so much.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And one of the main reasons is we've never done that, but more commonly is we don't have a very clear, focused mind, so it's hard for us. The analogy would be, now our mind is like, if we're wanting to investigate a room, but either our eyesight's poor or it's dark in the room, we're just sort of groping around a little bit, we can't really see much at all. So it's a little bit, our mind is a bit like that now. So we need to improve our eyesight, we need to have more light in the room. And of course, to do that is this practice. This practice will improve our eyesight and put more light in the room. So you'll find it will work a lot easier.
Yeah. I got like a reaction of nearly I had to hold back my laughing.
Sure.
Because it was really funny.
In what sense?
I choose a situation, sometimes I can feel irritated by somebody praising because I feel flattered.
Right.
And other situations I can feel a little bit of that.
Sure.
Yeah. So I took one such situation. And then I felt like it was really funny because it doesn't exist. Why get puffed up or irritated at all? That was why I started to...
Exactly, it's a good point. And that's what I mentioned briefly yesterday, is that when we do this practice, and if we do it well, as a beginner, usually there's one of two experiences. The more common one is fear. And that comes because, again, we saw yesterday we're stuck in these two extremes. The extreme of existence and non-existence. Now we're stuck here. We grasp onto everything existing independently. So for us now, there's only two options. Either there is this real independent me and real independent functioning world, or there's no me and no world, because we've never entertained any other possibility. So in this meditation, we are undermining this. We are undermining the fact that there's an independent me here. And so that not finding this independent me, we misinterpret that as there's no me at all. And of course then we have this existential fear, thinking we don't really exist or I'm going out of existence, because the only me we've identified with is this independent me. And now we're undermining it. So then it feels like we don't exist at all. And that's because we see that these are the only two options. And so we've cut this option, so it seems like us that negating this means this. But actually, negating this is meaning there's no independent me. And if we can appreciate that it doesn't mean there's no me at all, but there's no independent me, then the other common experience is that we have joy. Because we'll realise this independent me that's getting irritated or getting angry, it simply doesn't exist. I mean, it's a joke. And then we can really feel like this is I mean, the fact that we're getting angry or irritated it's completely nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. Because if we can rest in the middle way, in this dependent me, then if we're in that experience, and that's the flip side of emptiness, if we understand that emptiness means this, then, as you said, you know, often we just have a smile on our face thinking this is completely stupid to get angry or irritated, because it doesn't make any sense if we understand that experience correctly. So this is usually a healthy sign. It means that we are appreciating that not finding doesn't mean there's no me at all.
But I had to be really honest with myself in the beginning.
Sure.
That it actually caused this, sometimes I'm neutral, but
Sure.
it caused other irritation or shyness, you could say.
Sure.
I don't want to be in the...
Sure.
Yeah?
Sure.
Or
Sure.
a little puffed up, I'm important.
Sure. And this also relates to a little bit what I'm going to talk about this afternoon, and maybe a bit in the next session as well, actually, is this is the approach in daily life, is that when something like this happens, you know, we get puffed up or we get irritated or get angry, where is the me that's getting angry or irritated or puffed up? And if we do this search and if we're used to doing this search in meditation, we can do this like very quickly. We can see that there's no me here to be found that's getting angry or irritated or puffed up. And then we can have a little smile on our face and just think, oh, this is ridiculous, this reaction, it just doesn't make any sense.
Could I ask, should I, as the pleasant feelings are what makes us want to go in that direction? Should we search for pleasant, doesn't we, and avoid unpleasant? Is it good to stay in the meditation with the joy, or should I?
You mean when you don't find?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here, if we get in this meditation, we get to the point of not finding, then we just stop searching. We just hold that experience as long as we can. Because what we want to do is to...
Do you mean the joy? If
the joy, but there has to be understanding with that.
Yeah.
If there's an understanding there's no me to be found, then you hold that joyful experience of there's no independent, hold that as long as you can. Just stop all investigation, just rest there as long as you can.
Because this, I guess this is a cause for wanting to go there again.
As well. I mean, the thing is also, if you can rest in that experience as long as possible, you'll notice that it will have, not only at that time, quite a strong effect on your mind, you'll notice a little bit of residual effect after the meditation.
What does it
residual. I mean, there'll be some effect still there.
Okay.
After.
Yeah, I still feel like
Exactly. And you'll notice that outside of the meditation, you'll notice you'll be much more calm, usually much more joyful, much harder to get someone to irritate you or whatever. You know, say someone will say something that normally irritates you, and you'll just sort of look at it and you go. It'll be harder to get irritated, harder to get angry, harder to have craving, and you'll also feel much more connected with others for a little while. And if you see someone else suffering, you'll have this spontaneous compassion for them without thinking about it.
Because
It'll just naturally be.
I remember my own irritation. It's not pleasant.
But of course it'll wear off. But
Yeah.
that can really also inspire us to keep going, because we'll see that this practice can actually have tangible, positive effect on us outside of the meditation. And then we can go further. But then that can also motivate us to engage in the shamatha practice, because we'll understand if that experience is going to be stronger and longer lasting, we need to have better focus. Otherwise, we're not going to go any deeper. We'll have a little taste, it'll wear off, and it'll keep like that.
It's easy here, but more easy when
Sure.
we are together.
Of course,
And,
of course.
nothing distraction, and you are leading the meditation.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, question?
Yeah, connecting actually back to the idea of suffering and its causes and the attachment and the aversion, etc. A lot of the example we've been using here has been to like outside objects, persons, physical objects, etc. Could you elaborate shortly on the idea, how about thoughts? A lot of suffering actually doesn't come from external objects, but rather inside the system of thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, whether it's external or internal, it's, I mean, both. It's not really any great difference. I mean, one just gives external stimulus, one is internal stimulus. I mean, they're both objects. Whether it's an external physical object or a thought or a notion isn't an object in the mind. So there's not really a lot of difference in that respect. They're simply objects that are provoking it. So again, whether that happens to be a physical object, for some people one or the other is stronger or weaker. For some people, sensory objects don't have so much impact, whereas mental objects have much stronger impact, and other people the opposite. So it depends on the individual whether sensory or mental creates more reaction or not, but there's not really any difference there in terms of...
So the approach and the methods so that could apply the same way.
Same. It's the same approaches. Okay, let's take a morning tea break. We finished over time. Let's come back at 10:02, so we've got nearly half an hour tea break, I think is good. So 10 to 12 we'll come back and begin the next session.
Det brukar lysa rött upp i hörnet när den börjar filma.
This topic of emptiness is not so easy to appreciate, understand. And so often when this idea of emptiness is presented, we have some analogies that are given to try to understand a little bit what we mean by emptiness. One analogy that I particularly find helpful is the analogy of a dream. Now, when we're dreaming, in the dream, there appears to be an independent dream me, and there appears to be an independent objective dream world. And then, of course, if we encounter something in the dream pleasant, we usually end up with attachment. If we see something unpleasant in the dream, aversion, maybe even a bit of a nightmare, have fear and anxiety. But if, in the middle of the dream, we suddenly realize we're dreaming, so what we call, of course, lucid dreaming, if we become lucid in the middle of the dream, then there will still appear to be an independent dream me, there will still appear to be an independent dream world there, but because we're lucid now, we'll realize that these dream appearances are deceiving us, that things are not existing as they appear. Which means then if we encounter something pleasant in the dream while we're lucid, it actually would become very difficult to have any craving and attachment for it. And if we see something unpleasant in the dream when we're lucid, it would be very difficult to have any aversion to that, because we know that we're producing this dream world. There's nothing existing there independently of the dream mind. And so also, of course, if we're lucid, then we would enjoy the dream a lot more than normal. So similarly, this view of emptiness is saying that now, in our waking world, we are asleep with ignorance, and there appears to be an independent me here, there appears to be an independent objective world out there, which means that when we encounter something pleasant, we end up with craving and attachment. We see something unpleasant, we end up with aversion to it. But this view of emptiness is saying is that if we wake up in the waking world, if we become lucid in the waking world by realizing emptiness, there will still appear to be an independent me here, there will still appear to be an independent world out there. But now, because we're lucid, because we've realized emptiness, we will directly realize that these appearances are deceiving us, that there is no independent world there, which means now if we have some pleasant experience, it would be very difficult to have any craving and attachment for it. If we have some unpleasant experience, it would be very difficult to have any aversion to it. And we would enjoy our waking world a hell of a lot more as well. So this is an analogy I find very helpful in helping to understand emptiness. So far we've looked at working? Good. So far we've looked at how we have currently a distorted view of reality, how that's the root of our mental afflictions and suffering. We looked yesterday at how to establish the correct view of emptiness. And then we looked at how to meditate on that view of emptiness. What I'd like to do now is, how can we progress in the spiritual path through this Vipassana practice of emptiness? So for that, we'll use the last handout that we have, this Mahayana path chart.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Could you do like the shamatha practice in the morning and the Vipassana in the afternoon? Or?
Yeah, I'll talk a bit about that in the last session this afternoon, but a brief answer now is, of course, it's better to meditate twice a day than once a day, of course, if we can do it. And generally, if we're going to do multiple sessions in a day, 2 or 3 or more, what's usually recommended, if as part of that, of course, doing some shamatha, is to do the shamatha at the time of day where you're most focused generally. And people have different sort of biorhythms and things in the body happening. Generally, it's for most people that will be the best time is early in the morning. We're most fresh, most quiet, and most focused. But my experience, for example, in retreat is, as a generalization, of course there's variations from day to day, but as a generalization, I tend to find I'm most focused late afternoon to early evening. So then, if I was going to do a retreat, that's when I would do the shamatha practice. But everyone's different, everyone's individual. And of course, if you're only doing one meditation a day as part of a daily life, then very much recommended to do that first thing in the morning for a number of reasons. Because it's when we're most fresh, when we can dedicate a certain time. It's a very good way to start the day, of course. And so then if we're doing that as a beginner, personally I would recommend to emphasize the shamatha practice. Because particularly if our attention skills are not very good, which tends to be normally the case for most of us in the modern society, our attention skills are going downhill, often due to a lot of the conditions we find ourselves in. You know, a lot of stimulus, reaction, and so forth. So then, generally, I think for most people, recommended initially to emphasize the shamatha practice, but of course not just shamatha practice. Only doing shamatha practice is a bit imbalanced. So therefore, I think, particularly in a modern society, it's good to balance that with the compassion wing of practice. As we did yesterday and we're going to do after lunch, is really to do some work on loving kindness and compassion, because also I think what we find a lot in the modern society is that we tend to be the slaves of our mind, and we also tend to have low self-esteem and not feel very kind or compassionate to ourselves and others. So really we need to work on that. So I find that this combination, as a general idea, as a beginner, can be quite good, is mainly emphasize shamatha and then add every so often, a couple of times a week at least, some loving kindness and compassion. I think if we start there, we can't go too wrong. And then of course, as we develop them, we can, you know, add vipassana and other practices as well. And then of course, the more we get into practice, the more helpful it would be to find a qualified teacher who can really tailor the practice for us. Because all these various practices are helpful, but the bottom line is we don't have unlimited time to do all of this. So what we want to do is we want to have the most effective use of our time. So if we're really getting into any sort of practice in a lot more detail and more time and energy, particularly if we're starting to do some retreat, then I think it's very helpful to find a qualified teacher who can really tailor the practice specifically to your needs. And then you can sort of get a combination that's most effective for you as an individual.
Good, thank you.
So sorry, shamatha practice, could you just explain it really short?
Yeah. So the shamatha practice, of course, is just developing attention skills, developing single-pointed concentration. And so we briefly talked about that yesterday, but maybe we can mention a few points here. So in the shamatha practice, of course, we're trying to cultivate a calm, clear, focused mind. So usually in the meditation text, two qualities are described that we are to cultivate: stability and clarity. To develop a stable mind, to help us to overcome distraction, to be able to focus without becoming distracted, but also to focus with a very clear mind, to overcome dullness. So these are usually the two qualities that are described, we are to cultivate. But I added this quality of relaxation that normally you won't see so much in the meditation texts. But I think it's something we really need to pay attention to in our modern society. Again, due to our modern society and the conditions we find ourselves in, constantly bombarded by stimulus, and we find that in general we have a lot of agitation and tension in our daily life, and we tend to bring that into meditation practice. And I think for many beginners, the most common reason they find it's difficult to meditate is simply too tight, too tense, trying too hard. So that's the first thing we really need to work on, particularly if we're the sort of person who's very uptight, agitated, tense. We really need to relax the body, relax the mind. And we really need to emphasize that in the beginning of the shamatha practice, is simply just emphasize that. Relax, 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 relax. Because it's only on the basis of a relaxed body and mind that we're going to be able to develop stability and clarity in a sustainable way. And then, of course, we saw that in this practice of shamatha, we're focusing on a single object. And the one that's most recommended in most Buddhist traditions is the breath. And often in the meditation texts, we see a statement that says something like, if you're the sort of person who is highly discursive, meaning always thinking, 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 then definitely the best object for you is the breath. So I think this accounts for about 95% of the modern day population. We're all living in the head. We're constantly thinking, 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 obsessive, compulsive thinking, round and round and round and round. Because then by focusing on the breath, we get out of that OCD mind and into the body. And most of our thinking is about the past and the future. And of course, from a Buddhist perspective, living in the past and the future is a source of a lot of unhappiness. And modern studies are coming to the very same conclusion. Living in the past and the future is just a source of unhappiness. So therefore, the breath, of course, only happens in the present moment. So by focusing on it, it gets us out of our obsessive compulsive thinking into the body, it gets us out of the past and the future into the present moment. So probably for the vast majority of us, this will be the best object to use in the shamatha practice. And we have a couple of variations there. The full body, noticing sensations anywhere in the body. focusing on the rising and lowering of the abdomen, or the nostrils. So these are some variations you see in different traditions. And then I briefly talked about two other objects that I think are particularly helpful in the modern society. The second one was observing the mind. Many people, of course, find this much more challenging than focusing on the breath, because we're not really in the habit of observing our mind. Our habit, of course, is if something comes up in the mind, we latch onto it and off we go. We follow our stories, follow our thoughts and emotions, get caught up and get overwhelmed. So to then simply observe our mind and observe these thoughts and emotions without getting caught up in it, we don't have the habit of that. But of course, whenever we get caught up in them, or if we don't like them, we try to suppress them, we have a lot of mental distress and a lot of suffering because of that. So actually in our modern society, I think many of us are tormented by our own mind. In fact, our own mind is often our worst enemy. In this practice, we'll make it our best friend instead of our worst enemy. And instead of being the slaves of our mind, we'll become the masters of our mind. So there are enormous benefits for doing this practice, even though we find it maybe more challenging. And then we can follow some advice from great Indian master Shantideva, Buddhist master from the 8th century, who says, no matter how difficult something seems, everything with practice becomes easy. That's true. If we just practice this, it'll become easy and we'll have all of these benefits. And then the other practice, the other object that I mentioned briefly yesterday was awareness, just to rest in the experience of awareness itself. Because in these practices and all other shamatha practices, we are, of course, using our awareness to observe a particular object, the breath, the mind, thoughts, emotions, or perhaps some other object. In this practice, we're turning our awareness in on itself, and we're simply knowing that we're aware. We're just resting in awareness itself. And many people find this even more challenging than focusing on the mind. But again, not because it's complicated, but because it's too simple. It really is. It's just too simple. That's why people can't do it. It's too simple. Because this basically involves doing nothing. We don't know how to do nothing. We always want to do something. So again, when this practice is explained, often people say, yes, but what have I got to do? Tell me what I've got to do. Doing is the problem. Stop doing, and then you're in the practice. Stop doing, but that doesn't mean space out or fall asleep. Stop doing and just know that you're not doing. That's it. Know that you're aware. That's it. And that practice also has enormous benefits, because this helps us not only to develop a calm, clear, focused mind, which is the goal of all of these practices, of course, but it enables us to rest in the stillness of awareness. So we can have that as our default mode in daily life. Now our default mode, of course, is OCD, obsessive compulsive thinking, all day long, go round and round and round. So instead of that, we can have stillness of awareness as our default mode, and then just activate the conceptual mind whenever we need to think. Much better strategy. So that's a little bit the shamatha practice. So let's have a look now at how we can progress in this Vipassana practice using this Mahayana path chart. So this is describing the path, the Mahayana path to enlightenment. So remember, in the Vipassana practice, as with all practices, we go through 3 stages. That first we gain an intellectual understanding of emptiness and the practice of emptiness. We apply that in meditation, and we come to some taste or experience of emptiness, which is jnana, and that starts to have an effect on our mind. But that'll wear off quite quickly. And then if we deepen that, we can get to the third stage or top of realization, of directly realizing emptiness. So through those stages, we can move along what's called the Mahayana path here to enlightenment. So let's have a look at those various stages there that we move through. And here we see that the path to enlightenment is made up of these 5 stages called the 5 paths. That at the first stage of the path, this is called the path of accumulation. And right at the beginning here, we see number 2, and it says uncontrived renunciation and bodhicitta. So to enter the Mahayana path, renunciation, remember, was this aspiration for liberation from suffering. So we need that, of course, but on top of that, we need this aspiration of bodhicitta, this aspiration for enlightenment. Because remember, enlightenment is a further step than nirvana. Nirvana is simply the aspiration to liberate ourselves from suffering. On that basis, we can go on to develop bodhicitta, which is the aspiration for enlightenment so that we can also help to liberate everyone else from suffering. And when we develop that aspiration of bodhicitta, we enter the Mahayana path. But that aspiration, of course, here is called uncontrived. I mean, now, of course, if we sit down and reflect on the fact that not only ourselves are suffering, everyone else is suffering, we may for a short time develop this aspiration. Oh yes, I'd really like to achieve enlightenment so I can help liberate everyone else from suffering. And we can develop that in meditation. And maybe we have that motivation for a few seconds or minutes, but then of course gone and we're back to our sort of selfish ways. So this is called contrived bodhicitta. And that's where we start. We develop that. And we keep developing it to the point where it becomes uncontrived, which means that this motivation now of bodhicitta is something that naturally comes up spontaneously and it's there throughout the day. That this is our driving motivation throughout the day. When we get to that point, we have entered the path of accumulation, and once we've developed that bodhicitta, now we are at what's called a bodhisattva. So again, bodhisattva, bodhi is the Sanskrit word for enlightenment. Sattva here means courage or strength. So a bodhisattva is someone who has the courage or strength to strive for enlightenment. So once we've developed that bodhicitta, now we become a bodhisattva and we enter this first stage of the path. And this is called accumulation. And accumulation here, we can talk about the 2 accumulations, which are like the 2 wings of practice. And so the 2 accumulations here are and what's called merit. Merit here is simply the result of doing virtuous activity. So here, to accumulate merit means to do virtuous actions. So of course we're talking about doing actions based on compassion. So effectively we're talking here about the bodhisattva is working on the 2 main wings of practice of wisdom and compassion, as we do from the very beginning. And here, in terms of the wisdom practice, we're talking about this wisdom of emptiness. So the bodhisattva here has gone through at least the first 2 stages and is now entering the 3rd stage. Because to enter this part of the path here, we have now already achieved shamatha. We've got single-pointed concentration, and now we're applying that to our emptiness practice. So now here, that bodhisattva is having a realization of emptiness. But this realization of emptiness comes in 2 levels. there is what's called a conceptual realization of emptiness and a direct realization of emptiness. Now, if we're meditating on emptiness, we're looking, for example, looking for this me, and we don't find it, that not finding, that absence of an independent me, is an experience of emptiness. So we hold that experience as long as we can. And of course, when we're holding that experience, there is a sense, there's a me here, a meditator, experiencing this thing, emptiness. So it's dualistic, it's conceptual. And even when they enter path of accumulation, and we've moved from experience to realization, it's still conceptual. So here, the Bodhisattva, now of course they've got single point of concentration, so not only are they having a little experience of emptiness, they're realizing emptiness, but still they're having this experience of me, the meditator, realizing this thing, emptiness. So there's still this apparent duality, so it's still conceptual. And here, and even before, as a beginner, you know, we said that this, if we want our practice of emptiness to progress, it needs to be on the basis of shamatha practice. So we're not saying, of course, that to begin emptiness practice we need to achieve shamatha. What we are saying is that if we don't put any effort into that practice and our mind is completely distracted and dull, we can put a lot of effort into vipassana practice and not really get anywhere. So if we put emphasis in the shamatha practice, we improve our attention skills, improve our concentration, then we apply that in the vipassana practice. But of course in the vipassana practice we're investigating. And in what we did today, of course, we were investigating the person. Where is the person? And of course every time we investigate, that will destabilize our concentration a little bit. If it destabilizes it too much, then there's no point in continuing to investigate because the mind is unbalanced. So then you need to stop your investigation, go back a little bit to the shamatha practice, stabilize the mind again, and then go back to the vipassana. So you alternate back and forward. And so even here, a bodhisattva here who's achieved shamatha, when they investigate, that will also destabilize a bit. So if it gets destabilized too much, they have to go back. So they're alternating shamatha vipassana in one meditation, going back and forwards. Then here, at the end of path of accumulation, we move to the second one called preparation. Now at this point here, what the bodhisattva experiences is that when they engage in vipassana practice on emptiness, it doesn't destabilize shamatha, it enhances it. So then shamatha and vipassana become what's called unified. You have a union of shamatha and vipassana. So this is the point here where now they don't need to alternate. They are unified. So investigation doesn't destabilize now, it enhances. But even on path of preparation, it's still conceptual realization. So on these first two stages, they're having conceptual realization of emptiness. That conceptual realization of emptiness is a very strong experience, and what you'll find here is outside of the meditation, due to that conceptual realization, it's still affecting the mind, which means that mental afflictions hardly come up. If they come up, they're very weak and last a very short time. So this conceptual realization is strong enough to keep the lid on the mental afflictions, to subdue them very well. But we haven't eliminated any mental afflictions yet, because to eliminate them we need to eliminate ignorance. And a conceptual realization of emptiness is not strong enough to start to eliminate ignorance. It's only strong enough to keep the lid on the mental afflictions. Then, this word preparation here means we're preparing for our first direct realization of emptiness, which happens at stage 3, path of seeing. Here, at the end of path of preparation, the bodhisattva then sits down, meditates on emptiness again, and now, during the path of preparation, this apparent duality between me, the meditator, and emptiness, the thing I'm experiencing, this apparent duality starts to collapse. And at the end of the path of preparation, it completely collapses. Which means now, here, at the start of the path of seeing, when the meditator, the bodhisattva, realizes emptiness, now they have a direct realization of emptiness, non-conceptual. So when the bodhisattva is realizing emptiness directly, in the experience, there's no sense of me, the meditator, or emptiness, the object. There is just the experience of emptiness. They often use the analogy, it's like water poured into water. And once we have directly realized emptiness, we become what's called an Arya. So there are two types of practitioner. That we talk about an ordinary practitioner and an Arya practitioner. So an ordinary practitioner is someone who's not yet directly realized emptiness. So here, the bodhisattva is just a normal or ordinary bodhisattva. When they get to the path of seeing and they directly realize emptiness the first time, now they become an Arya bodhisattva. So an Arya is anyone who's had a direct realization of emptiness. And this is a very significant point in the path. Because really from this point, we're really on a one-way ticket out of samsara. It's only a matter of time before we're out of samsara. So we've become an Arya bodhisattva, which means we have a direct realization of emptiness. Now that realization of emptiness is strong enough to start to cut ignorance, to eliminate ignorance. But one realization of emptiness is not enough to wipe out all ignorance. We only wipe out the most superficial level here. And that is any sort of ignorance that we have accumulated in this life through some mistaken way of understanding. So what's called intellectually acquired. So if we've, on top of our normal ignorance, grasping onto independent being world, we can add more by wrong way of thinking in this life, having some wrong philosophical system. We can add to that. That is easily dispelled, and that's what's dispelled here. But then we need to continue to meditate on emptiness to wipe out more and more ignorance. And we do that on the fourth stage, called the path of meditation. And what we see in this diagram here is the path of meditation is divided up into 9 stages. And together with the path of seeing, those 10 sections are called the 10 grounds or 10 bhumis in Sanskrit. And what we're doing on the path of meditation here is and the word meditation is coming from the Sanskrit word bhavana. And bhavana literally means to cultivate, to familiarize. So meditation is the process or act of familiarizing. And what we're doing here is we are familiarizing ourselves with the direct realization of emptiness again and again and again and again and again, many times. And then wiping out more and more and more layers of ignorance. And we do that over these stages. By the time we get to the end of the 7th stage, 7th ground, we have wiped out all ignorance, therefore we've wiped out all mental afflictions and suffering. We achieve the goal of nirvana. So we've already achieved nirvana on the end of the 7th ground. But still, we haven't got to enlightenment yet. What's stopping us from achieving enlightenment is this mistaken dualistic appearance. Now, we said yesterday already or on Friday already actually, that things appear to us to exist independent of us. But the question can be why do they appear like that if that's not how they exist? The reason is our mind is stained by ignorance. And these stains cause this mistaken appearance. These stains are very difficult to get rid of. And we only get rid of them over these last 3 grounds here. 7, 8, 9 and 10. So from here we are wiping out these subtle stains. Which means at the end of the 10th ground, when we sit down to meditate on emptiness again, and we wipe out that last subtle stain in our mind, then we achieve enlightenment. The 5th ground, called the path of no more learning. And we become Buddha, enlightened. Now, before this point, either we are absorbed in emptiness and nothing else is appearing, or we're perceiving the phenomenal world. We have to alternate those two. Either we're seeing the world or we're absorbed in emptiness. We can't be absorbed in emptiness and see the world at the same time. We have to alternate along these stages. Here at the end of the 10th ground, when we sit down to meditate on emptiness the last time, and we wipe out that last subtle stain in our mind, in the very next moment, we're still realizing emptiness, and now the phenomenal world appears to us. So we're seeing them simultaneously. So an enlightened person is seeing the phenomenal world and realizing emptiness at the same time. Before that, we need to alternate those two. So that's very briefly the path to enlightenment based on this practice of emptiness. So,
could I also
any
maybe
questions?
one fun thing? Do people say like I am on the 7th stage,
Right.
or things like that?
Yeah.
Or where's the Dalai Lama, for
Yeah,
example?
that's
Or-
it. This direct realization of emptiness is very significant because here we're directly realizing emptiness, and already now we're starting to wipe out ignorance in our mind, which means we are wiping out some obscuration in our mind, which means now our mind is becoming more clear and sharp and has more capacity because of that. So it's said that someone who's got to this point directly knows the minds of other people at what level they're at, because now they've got that capacity. So it's said that from here, anyone who's at their level or lower, they know exactly where they're at. If someone is higher than them, they know they're higher, but they can't really tell where because they haven't got that capacity. So from here on, whatever level you're at, you know, just by looking at other people's minds, exactly where they are. Cool.
That's cool. Well, start to walk then. It's cool.
Any other questions?
Why does it says the path of no more learning?
No more learning, nothing more to learn.
Just that.
Yeah, just that. No, I think nothing more than that. Yeah, there's nothing more to do here. We've eliminated all obscurations, we've achieved enlightenment.
And the path of seeing is seeing
Emptiness directly. Realizing emptiness directly.
That's why it's called like this.
Seeing, yeah.
And the path of accumulation is accumulating.
Wisdom and merit, or wisdom and compassion, you could say. The 2 wings of practice.
And path of preparation is.
Preparing for our first direct realization of emptiness.
Is that tantric path and preparation?
Okay, so actually good question. So let's go back to the 3 vehicles chart. Now, there's something I haven't talked about yet. We can briefly talk about that now. So we saw this 3 vehicles chart that we have the Theravada traditions have the goal is nirvana, so personal liberation from suffering. And then on that basis we have the Mahayana vehicle, which goes one step further, which is not only just striving for nirvana, but going on to strive for enlightenment to help liberate everyone else from suffering. But then we see also here the Vajrayana vehicle, or Tantra. So if we look at that, we can see that actually, like Mahayana, the goal of Tantra or Vajrayana is enlightenment. We have to, like Mahayana, we have to develop the aspiration of bodhicitta. And our Vipassana practice is the same, the Vipassana practice of emptiness. So what's different between Mahayana and Vajrayana? The difference is the practices. And this comes from the level of mind that we are using in the practice. We can talk about 3 levels of mind. Coarse, subtle, very subtle. The mind that is active now is here, coarse, very coarse, not very well trained. And what we are doing in the shamatha practice is we are refining this coarse mind. And in fact, when we achieve shamatha, we've refined it, and actually we're sort of more here now with shamatha. And so then we use this level of mind, because it's more refined, more clear, more focused. We use this level of mind in our vipassana practice to realize emptiness, or if we're in the Theravada, realize no self, and so forth. And so then we use this mind to progress along the path either to nirvana or enlightenment. In the Tantra or Vajrayana level of practice, they identify an even deeper level of mind called the very subtle mind. This, because it's a deeper level of mind, much more powerful. So if we can gain access to this level of mind and use this in Vipassana practice, we can accelerate the spiritual path to enlightenment. And so that's what we're doing in Tantra or Vajrayana. Tantra or Vajrayana is about gaining access to this very subtle mind, sometimes called the mind of clear light, sometimes called primordial mind. In some Tibetan traditions it's called Rigpa. It's given many different names. And we gain access to this very subtle mind through these 2 practices here called the 2 stages. So we have the 2 stages, generation stage and completion stage. So generation stage is the preparation. And in generation stage, usually that begins by doing what's called sadhana practice. You have and a sadhana is like a practice manual. So you have a sadhana practice, and in this practice, it involves usually visualizing ourselves as a deity, a fully enlightened form, and visualizing lots of Buddhas and deities. And that comes through the perspective we adopt. In both the Theravada and the Mahayana traditions, or vehicles, causal vehicles. Both Theravada and Mahayana are causal vehicles because they have the perspective from the cause. Here we are now. These are the practices I need to engage in to create the causes to achieve that goal of nirvana or enlightenment. So we're looking from the perspective of where we are now, looking forward to the result. And so we see that, of course, in this Mahayana path chart as an example. Similarly, you have a similar looking path for the Theravada. What stages you need to go through, what causes, practices you need to engage in to go through these various stages to achieve that goal of nirvana. So they're both looking forward. So they're called causal vehicles. The Tantra or Vajrayana is called resultant vehicle. Because here we adopt the complete opposite perspective. And that is that in Tantra or Vajrayana, we're doing the entire practice from the perspective of the enlightened state. And this is a very powerful approach, and sometimes this approach is used in sport. You know, sometimes we see people imagining going through their routine and having achieved the result, and then they do their activity based on that. And it's a very powerful way to actually get to the result. So similarly, in Tantra or Vajrayana, we're doing the whole practice from the enlightened state perspective. Which means, if we want to be able to do this, it said we need three things as an effective basis for Tantra Vajrayana. We need renunciation, which of course is the entry point to the path in general, so if we don't have that, forget it. We need bodhicitta, because that's the entrance to the path to enlightenment. Without that, Tantra Vajrayana is just a game. Most importantly, we need the wisdom of emptiness. If we don't have those three things at some significant level, more than just intellectual, if we don't have some taste or experience of those three things, and we try to practice Tantra or Vajrayana, it's just a game. And potentially a game that can create more problems. Because in Vajrayana and Tantra, like I said, we are doing the whole practice from the enlightened state. So you'll get your little sadhana practice, your deity yoga practice. You visualize yourself in a fully enlightened form as a particular deity, maybe Tara, Chenrezig, or Manjushri or something. And you do the whole practice on that basis. If we don't have particularly this wisdom of emptiness, if we haven't got some little taste or experience of emptiness, and we're doing this sadhana practice, one, it's not going to work. Two, it could make you even, give you more problems. Because often if we don't have the wisdom of emptiness, the very first thing that that practice will often say is, arise as the deity. And then we go, okay, now I'm pretending to be Tara. I'm pretending to be Chenrezig. I'm pretending to be Manjushri. If this is what we're doing, we've completely missed the point. Completely missed the point. Because there's no me pretending to be that. Because the practice says you need to arise out of emptiness. So to begin the practice, you need to dissolve this false sense of me into emptiness. Which means you need to have some experience of emptiness to do that. Otherwise, it's just pretend. But if you can really dissolve this, there's no independent me here. If you can just rest in that emptiness, then from that, you can arise as a deity. And of course, the deity then is just a mere appearance. We're not grasping onto it as something real. Then the practice becomes very effective. So, therefore, if we really want to do this, we need particularly this basis in emptiness. We need to do work on the Vipassana practice, and if we can really have some taste of emptiness, then we do this practice. Then it can be very powerful and transformative. And so then what we're doing in the generation stage, we start with this. We start doing this sadhana practice, and then often we arise as the deity, and often involves certain visualizations, often involves chanting some mantras and so forth. And so that's sort of loosening things up, that's sort of preparation. And then what we do, still in generation stage, the next part of that is then we develop high level of focus. And that involves often focusing on a particular point. You know, in Tantra we talk about subtle body, we talk about central channel and chakras and so forth. And so then in the part of generation stage, the next part is then we focus on one of those points and develop high level of focus. Then, in completion stage practice, we are manipulating subtle energies in the subtle body. You know, we talk about these channels and chakras and prana or wind energies moving through these channels. So in completion stage practice, what we are doing now then is we are withdrawing all subtle energies into what's called the central channel, and withdrawing them all to what's called the heart chakra. If we can withdraw all these subtle energies here, That will cause the heart chakra to open, and that will cause the very subtle mind to become active, to become manifest. Then we use this to realize emptiness. If we can do that, we can get to enlightenment very quickly. Very quickly. So this is what we are doing here in Tantra or Vajrayana practice. So therefore, in the Theravada Mahayana, we are, through shamatha practice, we're trying to gain access to the subtle mind and use that in the Vipassana practice. And in Vajrayana, or Tantra practice, we're trying to gain access to this very subtle mind and use that in our Vipassana practice. So we can accelerate the path to enlightenment. Any questions about that?
Why do you dissolve your body and create another one? Like, not create, but from emptiness, you have an image of something. Why do you need that? Because
of the perspective of the resultant. See, it's a little bit like the analogy, you know, let's say we have a window with some dirt on it. Normally our perspective is, there's a dirty window, I need to put effort to make it clean. Valid. Equally well, we could have the perspective, there's a clean window already, all I need to do is remove the dirt to see the clean window that was already there. That's also valid. That's a very powerful perspective. That's what we're doing here. So it's not something different, it's a different perspective. So in Vajrayana Tantra, we talk about Buddha nature. Buddha nature doesn't mean the potential for enlightenment. It means the enlightened state is already there. It's just obscured. So what we're doing is we are connecting with that in this practice so that we can approximate it, and so we can actually then get to that point. And that's the perspective we adopt. And that's a very powerful perspective.
But why do you create an image of deity?
Because from that perspective, everything is pure. So we are adopting what's called pure appearance. Now we have this appearance, and we grasp onto this as me. So we need to dissolve that. And so what we do is, that's why it's important to have emptiness. We dissolve that into emptiness, because this is not me, this is body, it's not me. We dissolve it into emptiness, and then from emptiness we arise in this pure form, which is an approximation of the actual resultant state. And then we connect with that and use that as the vehicle to achieve the resultant state. To let go of this impure appearances, this wrong grasping. So it's a very helpful way to achieve the result. Do we have to do that to achieve the result? No, but in Vajrayana Tantra, using that perspective is very powerful, very powerful. It accelerates the path.
I understand that, but why do you need to have another image? Why do you
to help us to let go of this false appearance. Because we're so entrenched in this appearance. So if we work with this appearance, it's hard not to grasp on it, because that's what we do. So if we can dissolve that, and we arise in the fully enlightened state, there's a better chance of not then grasping. But again, it depends if we have an experience of emptiness or not. If we don't, then actually, if we don't have some sense of emptiness and we try to do this, it can be worse. Because now, instead of identifying as this as me, we identify as Tara Chenrezig as me. And then we become very delusional. I'm Tara, I'm Chenrezig, I'm already enlightened. Then it's even more delusion. So we're just replacing one delusion with another.
It's not possible to just have emptiness?
Sure, and that's what we do in the Theravada Mahayana. In fact, that's exactly what we do. Using this, we use emptiness and we go forward, and we go through those stages, and we can get to enlightenment, no problem. But using this approach is more powerful, and it can accelerate. Both are valid, like the window, they're both valid, but here, this approach is more powerful and it can accelerate. That's why we do it. It's not like better or worse, it's just more effective, that's all. Quicker.
The problem when somebody thinks they are the deity, because I've actually met somebody coming here, we have to help,
Yeah, yeah.
really,
Sure,
out of mind.
sure, of course.
But, I have a cold, I lost the question now.
Ah,
I'll come back,
okay.
yeah.
I just wanted to ask you, as you were mentioning before, the Theravada Mahayana represented in different parts of the world, different traditions. The last one now is in certain areas where this
Right.
shows up.
Yeah. So these teachings only really started to take hold in India from about the 8th century onwards. Before that, it was very not widely practiced. And so when Buddhism first spread from India, it was these teachings, the Four Noble Truths, that were widely disseminated in India. So that's what went to Sri Lanka, to Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand. The Mahayana teachings really started to take hold in India from about the 2nd century onwards. And then it was during that period that these Buddhist teachings then spread up through the northwest of India, across the Himalayas, onto the Silk Route, into China, Korea, Japan, Vietnam, and then into Tibet. The Vajrayana teachings only really started to be quite widely practiced in India from about the 8th century. By that time, Buddhism had spread to pretty well most countries except Tibet. It only started to spread into Tibet around that time, from the 8th century onwards. So then what spread to Tibet was all of these teachings came into Tibet. So that's why nowadays, I think if you look at all the various Buddhist traditions, you may find a bit of this in some of the other traditions, a little bit, but in a fully developed form, I think it only really exists in Tibetan Buddhism, because Buddhism had already been established in most other countries by the time this was widely practiced in India, from about the 8th century. And then, of course, from the 11th, 12th century on, Buddhism was wiped out in India. So if it hadn't gone by then, it didn't go. It was finished. Buddhism was wiped out from the invading hordes from the north around the 11th, 12th century. And so it was that period from the 8th to the 11th century where a lot of Indian masters came into Tibet through that 300-year period.
Yeah, the question was, these people, when this happened, is it because they don't understand emptiness, or is it that they forget that when they arise as the deity, they don't remember they don't remember the emptiness part?
Right. So,
or is it a fault already from the start, or what?
Yeah, I mean, see, the thing is that in Tibetan Buddhism, in all the different Tibetan Buddhist schools, traditions, Tantra Vajrayana is the highest level of practice. And of course, you know, in our modern society, we always wanted something, and we want it now. You know, and we don't want any work. You just give it to me. I don't want to do any work, and I want it now. And so then, when we see all these teachings, we go, "Oh, Vajrayana, that's for me. I can get it. I can get it now. Quick way to enlightenment." And so that's what people do. They don't want to put any effort. They just want something quick and easy. And so then they're attracted to this because it seems like very quickly and easily we can achieve enlightenment. You know, all those other traditions, geez, I've got to do a lot of work there. That's not for me. All those different practices, oh no. And of course the Tantra Vajrayana seems very exotic. And so that's why people are drawn to that. And of course it's a disaster. I mean, it's a disaster. I mean, really, I know people and friends of mine who, you know, very early on, 30, 40 years ago, when Buddhism first came from Tibet into the West, not much understanding. And then, of course, people just lobbed in, and these Tibetan lamas were giving empowerments and that. And so they thought, well, okay, this is what I've got to do. And then, of course, they were starting to practice for 10, 20, 30 years, and nothing was happening. Nothing. And then they suddenly, at some point, they realised, well, okay, maybe I need to have a good basis for doing this practice. I mean, I think a lot of the people I know from those era didn't come in with a very bad motivation. It's just that that's what they were exposed to, and the Lama said do that. They said, okay, I'll do that. They weren't like, give me a quick solution in those days. And so they tried, and they kept going, and then at some point, after many years usually, they realised that, well, actually, for this to work, I need to do all these other things first. So then they usually moved into doing other foundation practices. So I think this is, this is a much more healthy approach, of course. Any other questions? Okay, what I'd like to we've got 10 minutes before lunch. What I'd like to do is briefly go back to this first chart, suffering and its causes chart. And we saw here that the long-term strategy to overcome mental afflictions and suffering is we need to get rid of this ignorance. So we need this wisdom of emptiness. So that is the long-term strategy. And that could take some time, as we've seen, to move through these stages. It could take many, many lives, actually. So then would be helpful to have, while we're working on a long-term strategy, to have a short-term strategy to at least subdue mental afflictions and suffering a little bit while we're working on the long-term strategy. So what I'd like to briefly do now is have a look at what can we do as an effective short-term strategy to at least minimise the impact of this process. So let's say we're at step 1, which means something is appearing to us, it appears to exist independent of us, we have the habit of believing that. Can we do something at step 1 to not go to step 2? Is there anything at all we can do now, right now? Or nothing to do?
Maybe observing.
How? In what way observing?
At least maybe I'm thinking about when you are in meditation. Usually in the daily life might be.
Yeah, so we're talking here really about daily life.
Okay.
So in daily life, something is appearing to us, it appears to exist independent of us, we have the habit of believing that. Can we do something to stop simply believing it or accepting it?
We can use antidote or
What can we do?
it depends on what you're experiencing, like anger or...
Yeah, but at this point I'm only talking about not stopping anger, but stopping seeing that thing as existing independent of us.
And maybe use the analogy, the dream analogy.
Yeah. So exactly. So this is with the emptiness practice. There are 2 parts to that. There are 2 parts to the emptiness practice. There is what's called space-like emptiness practice, and illusory-like emptiness practice is the meditation practice of emptiness. That we investigate, where is this me? We don't find. That not finding is a space-like experience, an absence of an independent me. And so, of course, when we hold that experience. But then if we want that emptiness practice to progress, we need to do something for the rest of the day, outside of meditation. And that's illusory-like emptiness practice. And that is that when we have appearances, to question appearances, particularly when they are appearances that are pleasant or unpleasant in particular, but in general. We question those appearances, but we can only begin to question those appearances if we have some appreciation of emptiness. Otherwise, what's to question? There's no way of questioning unless we understand that maybe these appearances are deceiving us. So on the basis of our understanding and experience of emptiness in meditation, we can start to question appearances. That yes, this thing or person appears to exist independent of me, but through my understanding and practice of emptiness, I know this is not how they exist. And so that can help reduce grasping. So this is called the illusory-like emptiness practice. But let's say we didn't manage to do that, and we're at step 2. So now we're grasping onto something is existing independent of us, and we're experiencing that as either pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. What can we do at step 2 to avoid going to step 3 and 4? Anything to do at all?
Wait.
Right now. Wait.
Think about observing, yeah. Well, we have to say wait, but I think observing, if you like, the mindfulness, the objective of observing and maybe getting this
What are we
sense of
observing?
impermanence.
What are we observing?
The change.
Yeah. I would say looking for the impermanence.
Yeah.
So observing and
Well,
see.
there's something we can do more simple than that.
The mind, observing our mind.
Asking a question? Is this
No,
change?
we don't need to. That's the passions. We can do that, but we don't need.
Okay.
What's the most simple thing we can do here to help? And this is very much emphasized in most Theravada traditions. Theravada traditions acknowledge this is a very good point to break the process, or at least reduce it.
Maybe shifting focus.
To what?
Well, to the breath, for example, or something.
The
new.
body.
Yes, we can do that, but what's something even more effective?
The body, I think.
But the breath is in the body. Or,
No, but
What about if we just observe the pleasant and unpleasant feeling?
yeah, but it's in the body.
Not
No,
necessarily.
it's not.
Remember, feeling
Oh, yeah,
here,
also, yeah.
feeling is physical and mental.
But I talk
So-
to myself because it used to be
Yeah, sure.
physical.
Sure.
I notice it very.
Yeah, sure, yeah, and you can do that. So here, when we experience something and we're having a pleasant, unpleasant, particularly pleasant and unpleasant, neutral doesn't usually create too much reaction. But definitely, if we're having a pleasant or unpleasant feeling, and feeling here could mean either mentally or physically, then observe that feeling. Because if we observe that pleasant or unpleasant feeling or unpleasant or unpleasant sensation in the body, we're not focusing on what is causing it, so there's nothing feeding. And then we can just watch that pleasant or unpleasant feeling or sensation arise and pass, arise and pass. So this is a very effective point to break this process, or at least reduce the impact of it. And this is very much emphasized in many Theravada traditions, is to really do this. But to be able to do this, we need mindfulness. Without mindfulness, we can have all the aspirations in the world to do this. It's not going to happen. Because before you know, you've already reacted and then it's too late. So there's a little window of opportunity here, and we'll only be able to catch it if we have mindfulness. So therefore, shamatha practice is important. In fact, what we find in these points here in general, in most of these points, as part of an effective short-term strategy, we need mindfulness. Without mindfulness, I think you're not going to be able to develop any effective short-term strategy. Because before you know it, we've reacted, and then it's too late. So we need that window of opportunity, again, mindfulness. So if we do the shamatha practice, we've developed some mindfulness, then when we see, experience something, and something pleasant or unpleasant comes up in our mind or body, we just observe that. Arise and pass, arise and pass.
Do you mean thoughts when you talk about it arising in the mind, or what?
Yeah, pleasant, remember here we're talking feeling, pleasant, unpleasant.
Yeah.
So we could have, like for instance, we could have a memory that's pleasant. So just observe that pleasant feeling that comes with the memory. So here we're only talking about observing the pleasant or unpleasant feeling in the mind, or pleasant, unpleasant sensation in the body.
Because I think they go together very close, that's what...
Sure,
yeah,
and then we can observe whichever one is easier for us.
Or simultaneously.
Or simultaneous,
Yeah,
yes. But here we're only really focusing on the pleasant, unpleasant feeling or sensation.
Okay.
We're not focusing on the object or anything. We're shifting the focus to this.
Could I ask you something?
Sure.
Because observing is also a kind of cognitive process. Isn't it better just to feel it? Because as a psychologist, I don't use the word observe, because it's like something outside yourself.
But the problem with feeling it is we get caught up in it.
Oh, not necessarily, I think.
Well, if you can use language where you don't get caught up, you can use that language, that's
exactly.
fine. So here observing doesn't mean do this.
No.
It doesn't mean do this. It means we're 100% present, but we're not caught up in it. So whatever word you want to use to describe that, that's fine.
Okay.
So when we say observe it, we're not saying somehow like
distance
ourselves. What we're talking about is being fully present without getting caught up in it, without reacting to it. So yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
But I think often when we say something like feel it, I think it's very easy to just get caught up in it. Oh, yeah, that's so nice.
Yeah. Okay.
Whereas observe has this sense of not getting caught up, because observe means it's an object, and it is an object. That physical, pleasant or unpleasant sensation in the body, or pleasant, unpleasant feeling in the mind, is an object. And if we can see it as an object, we're free of it. We're not caught up in it. So whatever word you use to help people to see it as an object and not the subject will work.
Yeah, okay.
Will work. But let's say we got to stage 3. We didn't manage to do that. We got to stage 3. Now, whatever we're experiencing is really looking attractive or unattractive from its own side. What can we do at stage 3 to avoid going to attachment and aversion? What can we do at step 3? So what we're experiencing really looks attractive or unattractive from its own side.
Remember.
What can we do to avoid going to attachment and aversion?
Could it be like to remember previous experience when you really wanted something and you got it and actually it didn't change so much?
I think here effective is this illusory-like emptiness practice. And that is, if something is looking so attractive from its own side, where is the attractiveness? Look for it. If something is looking really ugly from its own side, where is the ugliness in that person or thing? Look for it. And if we look for it, we'll see that it's nowhere to be found there. We're creating it. And so then there's no chance for attachment aversion to come up. So again, illusory-like emptiness practice at stage 3, very effective. Look for the beauty or the ugliness in the object.
Or who is looking?
As well. Or you could look, as we mentioned before, who's the me? But that's probably even better at the next stage as well. Who's the me that's having aversion or attachment? So we haven't really got to that point yet. So that approach would be better at the next stage when some attachment and aversion is coming up. Who's the me that is having attachment or aversion coming up? So that's, again, what we can do at stage 4 is if attachment or aversion or anything like that, mental afflictions arising, again, simply use mindfulness. Observe that attachment or aversion that is arising. And if we can observe it, we're free of it. Means it can't go anywhere, it can't take hold of the mind. We'll simply be able to observe it arise and pass, arise and pass. But let's say we didn't manage to do that and we got to stage 5. And at stage 5 now we're acting on that mental affliction. And I'm only interested here in terms of any harmful, non-virtuous actions. So actions that are going to lead to some sort of suffering result. What can we do at stage 5? So stage 5 means we've now acted on that mental affliction and we've done some harmful behaviour. What can we do to avoid experiencing the result?
To understand that as a regret.
Yes. We can purify our mind of that negative behaviour. And here, there are 4 things we can do that are effective. Called the 4 opponent powers. The first one is what's been mentioned here is regret. Is to have sincere regret for having done that negative behaviour. That's already purifying the mind of that imprint and negative habit. Of course, we need to distinguish between regret and guilt, and I'll talk about that in the session after lunch. And then the second thing we can do is what's called reliance. Sometimes this is translated as foundation. So reliance is about reaffirming our positive direction in life. Because if we've done something harmful, we've sort of fallen down from our foundation, our platform, the healthy direction we want to follow in our life. So step 2 is about picking ourselves back up and reaffirming the positive direction that we want to follow our life. If we're following the Mahayana Buddhist tradition, normally this step would mean to go for refuge and generate bodhicitta. That would be what we do if we're following the Mahayana path. But it just means reaffirm the positive direction we want to follow our life. Third thing we can do is remedy. Think of some practical remedy for the harmful behaviour. And try to do something directly opposite, positive opposite. For example, if we said something harmful or harsh to someone, apologise. So, directly positive opposite also helps to eliminate that negative habit and negative imprint. If that's not possible, any virtuous behaviour with a motivation of wishing to overcome that negative behaviour is effective. And then the fourth thing we can do is resolve, is make a strong determination not to do that negative thing again. Here we need to be very practical. If it's a very strong habit, there's no point in saying I'm never going to do it again. It's not going to happen. Pick a time limit and say for the next day, if it's something strong habit, say for the next day I'm not going to do that. If that's way too difficult, for the next hour I'm not going to do it. If that's way too difficult, for the next 5 minutes I'm not going to do that thing. Pick an amount of time with effort normally you can manage. And then over time you can extend that from 5 minutes to 10 minutes to an hour to a day, a week, a month, the rest of your life. And that way we can even break strong habits. So if we do those 4 things, whenever we've done a harmful behaviour, this is a very effective way of purifying our mind of that negative imprint and negative habit. And then last thing, let's say we did manage to do that and now we're at step 6 and we're experiencing some suffering. So I want you to just focus now again on some sort of suffering experience, some sort of unpleasant, painful, physical, mental experience. Can we do something at step 6 to reduce the amount of suffering? So we're talking about we're in the middle of having that experience. Can we do something to reduce the amount of suffering we experience, or nothing to do? There's 2 things we can do.
Compassion.
Yeah, before that,
Observing again.
Yeah. Again, what happens is, of course, when something unpleasant happens to us, physical or mental, we identify that as suffering and we go, oh, I don't want that, go away. So instantly we have aversion. All that aversion does is it magnifies the amount of suffering we experience. So therefore, we can practice what's called acceptance. And acceptance doesn't mean resignation. Acceptance simply means I'm experiencing this painful experience in the moment. I can either accept that fact or I can try to suppress it or push it away. And then we can follow again some good advice from the great Indian master Shantideva, who says, if a situation can be remedied, why get upset? Just fix it. And if a situation cannot be remedied, what's the point in getting upset? Doesn't help. So therefore, we follow this advice. If something unpleasant is happening, can I resolve this? Can I fix it? Yes, okay, fix it. No, I can't fix it? Okay, this will pass. And that way we can avoid aversion and avoid magnifying the suffering we experience. But then on top of that, there's one more thing we can do, and that is compassion. We can make this situation a meaningful situation. Meaning that, for example, let's say we're having a migraine headache and our experience is that even if we take medication, it doesn't really work. We just have to wait it out. So of course the first thing to do is don't go, oh, migraine headache, go away. That just means more suffering. So go, okay, migraine headache, can't do anything, it'll pass. Acceptance, so we don't have aversion. But then on top of that we can go, okay, I'm not the only person on the planet with a migraine headache right now. There are probably thousands of other people with migraine headaches, maybe much worse than mine. So by me willingly accepting this migraine headache, may all others be free of their migraine headaches. So we can take all their migraine headaches from them. So that's developing compassion. So therefore we're making, and by doing that, that's going to help avoid the aversion, because now, as long as we're focusing on me, it's very difficult not to have aversion. If you shift your focus to someone else, much easier to practice acceptance and not have aversion. And then, on top of that, we're developing compassion, so as we're making it meaningful. And then what you often find is, because now we're focusing on others with compassion, that often overwhelms a lot of the discomfort we feel. So you may find that actually your level of discomfort from the migraine headache or whatever will actually reduce. But if not, at least we won't magnify it and it'll be meaningful. So this is what we can do at step 6. So this is some short-term strategies we can use while we're working on the long-term strategy of emptiness. We've gone sort of way over time, but
Interesting.
maybe we can break there for some lunch then.
Yeah.
We'll come back at 2:30.
Ska jag säga att vi idag tänkte gå på den indiska restaurangen Thali som öppnar klockan 1 där borta. En vegetarisk indisk. Om det är någon som... Det ligger mitt emot Netto, butiken, nära andra båtvatten.
En tvärgång på
Värmlandsgatan tror jag det ligger på, va?
Ja, det heter kanske så.
Ja, jag tror det.
Very good. Oh, very good. Okay, let's go.
Du lever inte så på din dialekt, jag tänkte vara.
Jaha, nej, jag är uppvuxen i Stockholm.
Vad säger
Jag är uppvuxen i
du?
Stockholm.
Du är uppvuxen, ja, du som var.
Jag bor här.
Aha, här är sån här rullhet. Ja.
Kan du gå fram så här tryck?
in this session we're going to go back to the compassion wing of practice. Yesterday we looked at the loving kindness practice. So remember, loving kindness was the wish for ourselves and others to have happiness in its causes. Today we will look at the compassion practice. Compassion in Sanskrit is karuna, and compassion here is defined as the wish for ourselves and others to be free of suffering and its causes. So like loving kindness, compassion here is not an emotion, it's an aspiration, it's a wish. An aspiration, a wish for ourselves and others to be free of suffering and its causes. So if we want to develop that aspiration, that compassion, then of course it would be helpful to know what is suffering and what are the causes of suffering, and can we actually eliminate the causes of suffering. Otherwise, compassion is just words if we don't know what suffering is, what the causes are, and if we can get rid of them. So let's have a look at those points. So what is suffering? So again, generally when we hear the word suffering, we understand that to be some sort of unpleasant, painful, physical, mental experience. So of course, we want to be free of that, be free of those unpleasant experiences. But here, in compassion, when we say the wish to be free of suffering and its causes, we're not just talking about being free of unpleasant, painful experiences. So this word suffering here is the translation of the Sanskrit word dukkha. So what we're really saying in compassion is we want to be free of dukkha and its causes. Which means that, yes, at the superficial level, surface level, the wish to be free of unpleasant, painful experiences, but actually at the deepest level, what we're saying here is we want to be free of that all-pervasive dukkha. The all-pervasive dukkha, of course, is the potential for suffering to arise in our life. So at the deepest level, that's what we're really wanting to eliminate. And so to eliminate that, of course, we need to eliminate the causes of suffering. And of course, the causes of suffering are the mental afflictions. And the mental afflictions, we can have a big list of them. Often when mental afflictions are described, we often hear about the 6 root mental afflictions and 20 secondary mental afflictions. So we have an extensive list of 26. They are often condensed into the 6 root afflictions. And those 6 root afflictions can be condensed into what's called the 3 poisons, which is what we've been focusing a little bit on this weekend. And the 3 poisons are ignorance, attachment, aversion. So remember here again, ignorance is our distorted view of reality. Here, it's this grasping at independent me, independent world. And on that basis, we saw that we end up having attachment to pleasant things, aversion to unpleasant things. And then these mental afflictions here lead to the other mental afflictions, driving our behaviour and ending up in the situation of dukkha that we find ourselves in. In these 3 poisons here, sometimes this third one, aversion, is listed as anger. So sometimes you see them, the ignorance, attachment, anger. And sometimes here, attachment, we see instead of attachment, craving, or sometimes even desire. The word desire is used here. But it's the same thing we're talking about. But here, anger is sometimes listed here because anger is a very strong type of aversion.
one that's very destructive, that causes a lot of problems. And after the meditation we're going to do on compassion, we're going to have a look at this anger, what it is and how to deal with it. But that's after the meditation. So then, if we understand that compassion means we want to not only be free of unpleasant experiences, we want to be free of that all-pervasive dukkha, the potential for suffering, and the causes are the mental afflictions, particularly the fundamental ignorance is the root cause. And if we can understand that we can overcome this by cultivating this vipassana practice, the insight practice, the realization of emptiness, if we understand that through that we can eliminate this ignorance, eliminate these mental afflictions, and thereby eliminate the suffering that they produce, then when we have this aspiration of compassion, then it can have some sense and meaning. Because then if we have that aspiration, the wish for ourselves and others to be free of suffering and its causes, that wish to be free of suffering for ourselves would hopefully lead us to working to overcome the causes of suffering, particularly working to reduce our mental afflictions and working on the vipassana practice of emptiness to eliminate the ignorance. And as with the loving kindness practice, it's very much recommended to cultivate compassion in stages. And again, in the texts, normally they identify 4 stages. First, we cultivate compassion to our friends, because it's most easy. Then we expand that out to cultivate compassion also to people we don't know very well, so-called strangers. Once we're comfortable with that, we expand out to start to cultivate compassion for difficult people, the so-called enemy. And then eventually we expand that to all sentient beings, to all living beings. But I think as with loving kindness in our modern society, we need to add one more step to the process at the beginning, and that is to cultivate compassion for ourselves first. And again, I think that wasn't really mentioned in the meditation texts written 1,000 years ago, because I think in those days people, I think, generally felt okay about themselves. Whereas I think in our modern society that's often not the case. In fact, we often suffer from a lot of low self-esteem and even self-hatred. So if we're not kind and compassionate to ourselves, we're not going to be able to extend that out to others. So that's where we need to begin. So as with yesterday, then we'll do a meditation, cultivating this compassion, starting with ourselves and then slowly moving out from there. So that's what we're going to do now. Before we do that, is there any questions about anything we've discussed so far? So let's do the practice, and then after the practice, I want to talk about anger. In particular, I want to talk also about why is it so difficult to have forgiveness and compassion for people who behave badly, and why do we have this epidemic of low self-esteem and self-hatred in our modern society? And I think there's a very simple answer to both of those, but we'll look at that after the meditation.
Okay, thank you.
And then we'll look at how to deal with anger as well, similar to dealing with attachment we looked at yesterday. So let's do the meditation first. Setting the body into a state of relaxation, stillness, and vigilance.
using the out-breath to relax and release any tightness or tension in any part of the body. And with each out-breath, letting go of any thoughts that may have arisen. Happily releasing them. And simply allowing the mind to come to rest in the present moment. Focusing on the sensations of the breath throughout the body. Compassion is the wish or aspiration for ourselves and others to be free of suffering and its causes. And we can begin by cultivating compassion for ourselves and then slowly expanding that out to others. No matter how much mental afflictions we have in our mind, no matter how much craving and attachment, anger and jealousy and so forth are in our mind, they are not part of the nature of our mind. They're merely like dirt covering the surface of our mind. And beneath these mental afflictions is the natural purity of our mind. So imagine this inner purity of your mind in the form of a small, white, radiant sphere of light in the center of your chest, at the level of your heart. I were free of suffering and its causes. May I be free of all suffering. May I be free of all mental afflictions. So imagine your mental afflictions and suffering in the form of black smoke filling your body. And then with each in-breath, imagine drawing that black smoke into the sphere of light of your heart, completely dissolving it there. So with each in-breath, breathe in with compassion, dissolving and extinguishing your mental afflictions and suffering at your heart. Dissolving it into your inner wisdom, inner purity. And then imagine now the black cloud is completely extinguished. And now you're completely free of all mental afflictions and suffering. And simply rest in that purity of mind. And just as you wish to be free of suffering, so does everyone else. So next bring to mind someone close to you, a loved one, who's currently experiencing some sort of physical or mental problem or suffering. And imagine them very clearly in front of you. And arouse the thought, how wonderful it would be if they were free of that problem, free of that suffering. May you be free of all suffering and its causes. So imagine that problem or suffering in the form of black smoke filling their body. And then with each in-breath, imagine drawing that black smoke out of their body and bringing it into the sphere of light at your heart, completely dissolving it there. So with each in-breath, breathe in with compassion, dissolving and extinguishing their suffering at your heart. Imagine now the black smoke is completely extinguished. And now they're completely free of that problem or suffering. And take delight in this. And now allow your field of compassion to expand out to the person seated next to you. They are also just like yourself and wanting to be free of suffering. So arouse the thought, how wonderful it would be if they were free of suffering and its causes. May you be free of all suffering and be free of all mental afflictions. Imagine their mental afflictions and suffering in the form of black smoke filling their body. And with each in-breath, breathe in with compassion, dissolving and extinguishing their suffering and mental afflictions at your heart. And imagine the black cloud is now completely extinguished. And now they're free of all mental afflictions and suffering. And rejoice in this. And then allow your field of compassion to expand out further. And allow your mind to move around. And whoever comes to mind, whether it's a friend, a stranger, or even a difficult person, Bring them to mind. Attend to them. May you be free of all suffering and its causes. And breathing in with compassion, dissolving and extinguishing their suffering at your heart. Allow your mind to continue to move around. Whoever comes to mind, whether it's an individual or even a group of people. Breathing in with compassion, dissolving and extinguishing their suffering at your heart. No matter how much darkness is drawn in, it is all extinguished without a trace. What I'd like to do now is have a look at anger and how to deal with anger. First, how to define the word anger. And so, again, here I think a lot of confusion comes from the word itself. Anger in Buddhism is defined as, and this is very similar to yesterday, the attachment. Anger is a mental factor that sees its object as unattractive. So it's a mental factor that sees its object as unattractive. It exaggerates the object's unattractiveness. So it's a mental factor that sees its object as unattractive. It exaggerates the object's unattractiveness and then wishes to harm the object. Why? Because anger sees that object as a source of our suffering.
So what we see in this definition, like yesterday with attachment, actually with like all mental afflictions, is this factor of exaggeration or distortion. That mental afflictions exaggerate and distort. They do not see things clearly. And this, I think, is sort of understood in psychology as well. In fact, I've got a quote here from a book from His Holiness Dalai Lama where he says, recently a psychotherapist told me that when we generate anger, 90% of the ugliness of the object of our anger is due to our own exaggeration. This is very much in conformity with the Buddhist idea of how mental afflictions arise. And of course, most of us appreciate that anger is very destructive and we need to eliminate it. And according to Buddhism, we need to eliminate it 100%. But sometimes there's some doubts. And one doubt that often comes up is people understand that anger is harmful, but sometimes they say, well, but actually, sometimes anger is necessary because I need it to deal with difficult situations. If I don't have anger, I wouldn't be able to deal with a difficult situation. Of course, there's no doubt that anger is very forceful. No one disagrees with that. But as we saw in the definition, anger exaggerates and distorts. And so if we allow anger to come into difficult situations, particularly strong anger, and we know this from our own experience, often then we overreact and we use maybe even excessive force or so forth. So then rather than anger resolving a difficult situation, it just makes it worse. So according to Buddhism, we do not need anger to deal with difficult situations. In fact, often you'll find that Buddhism recommends, instead of anger, to practice patience. But then, when people hear that, then also there's usually a lot of confusion. Because usually when we hear that, we think, oh, according to Buddhism, I just need to sit there and do nothing. This is not patience. Patience is not a behavior. Patience is a mental attitude. Patience in Buddhism is simply an undisturbed mind in the face of a difficult situation. So what Buddhism recommends we should do is when we're faced with a difficult situation, be patient, or in other words, stay calm. Because if we can keep a calm mind, we can more clearly and accurately evaluate the situation so that we have a better chance of responding in a more effective way. But then if it's a difficult situation, what if we're not using anger? What is the strong force that can help us in difficult situations? And the Buddhist answer is compassion. And again here there's a lot of confusion. Because often people feel that compassion is a sign of weakness and that anger is a sign of strength. Actually it's the complete opposite. Anger is a sign of weakness because it means we can't effectively deal with a difficult situation without trying to dominate someone. So that's a sign of weakness. And compassion is a sign of strength. And remember, compassion is not about sitting there smiling and saying nice things. This is not compassion. Compassion is not a behavior. Remember, compassion is an aspiration. It's a wish. It's a wish for ourselves and others to be free of suffering and its causes. Which means, if someone else is behaving badly and creating suffering for others, we need to restrain them if necessary. So we can use compassion to restrain them. And here, I think, points to, again, a difficulty with terminology. In fact, recently I was reading a book by a psychologist, and he was saying, you Buddhists have got it completely wrong. It's not about getting rid of anger. It's about having the right type of anger in the right amount at the right time. Because he said, if you don't, how would you deal with difficult situations like social injustice? That's the example he used. And then it became very clear to me that how he was using the word anger is not how we're defining it here. So in Buddhism, when we see the word anger, it means the intention to harm. Because often, like an example, a classic example is, if a young child runs across the road without looking, and the mother sees that, usually she won't go, "Oh Johnny, please don't do that, that's dangerous." I mean, usually the mother uses very strong words to get across the message that it's dangerous. And then someone's seen that, they go, "Oh, she's really angry." But again, that's not anger. Well, unless she really wanted to hurt the child, which normally that's not the case. So anger is not using strong, forceful words. Anger is the intention to harm. So therefore, that, in Buddhism, we'd call wrathful compassion or strong compassion. Because the mother's intention is to help the child. And to do that, using wisdom, she understands she needs to use very strong, forceful language to get the message across. So that is not anger from a Buddhist perspective. So then the question is, why do we get angry in the first place? Why do we get angry at people who behave badly? Particularly ones who are trying to harm us. And why is it so difficult to have forgiveness and compassion for them? And I think there's a very simple answer. If someone's behaving badly, the correct perspective is simply acknowledge and see there's a person who's doing a bad or harmful behaviour. So that's the correct perspective. But often in such a situation, we have a very different perspective. And often our perspective is, there is a bad person, there's a nasty, horrible person. And so what we've done here is we have fused the person and the behaviour together and made them one thing. And that, in psychology, is called cognitive fusion. And if we do cognitive fusion, we're in trouble. Because in any given situation, we've got two choices. Accept, behaving badly, we reject, as we should. But if we reject with cognitive fusion, reject translates into attacking the person. Because actually, the thing we don't like is not the person, but the behaviour. That's what we don't like. That's what actually we're rejecting. But what we do with cognitive fusion, we are sticking the behaviour to the person. We're making them one thing. So therefore, reject aims at the person because we've made them the same thing, and we end up attacking the person. We get angry at the person, and we attack the person. But then if we understand that getting angry or attacking the person is not helpful, then the only other option left except for reject is accept. And so accept, with cognitive fusion, translates into accepting bad behaviour. Also not good. So both attacking the person and accepting bad behaviour, not helpful. And then, when it comes to forgiveness and compassion, it becomes almost impossible. Because to have forgiveness or compassion for a bad person feels like what we're saying is, oh, what you did is okay, I don't mind. Of course we should mind. Because remember, we're having forgiveness and compassion for the person. But if we stick their bad behaviour to it, that's what it feels like. That somehow we're condoning that bad behaviour, we're accepting the bad behaviour, it's okay. It's not okay. That's why it's very difficult, if not impossible, to have forgiveness and compassion for a bad person. Even to the point where we often say they don't deserve it because they're a bad person. And it's actually even worse than that, because if we do cognitive fusion, we end up with a fixed, biased view of that person. And then it becomes difficult to acknowledge any good things they do, because bad people don't do good things. And so if they happen to do something good, we tend to brush it off and go, oh, they didn't really mean it because they're a bad person. So we end up with this fixed, biased view of them. So, of course, the simple solution to all of this is don't do cognitive fusion, because it's a false, invalid perspective. It's invalid. Because there are two things here. There's a person and a behaviour. The person is not their behaviour. So this is an invalid perspective. So simply don't do cognitive fusion and simply acknowledge there is a person doing a bad behaviour. And then we can accept the person, meaning have forgiveness and compassion for the person. And at the same time reject the negative behaviour and address that negative behaviour. So what we can say is, actually, technically, there's no such thing as a bad person. There are only people who sometimes do bad things. And if we can think like that, I think what you'll find is that when you see someone behaving badly, particularly when it's directed to ourselves, instead of instinctively getting angry at them, I think you'll find that instinctively you'll have compassion for them. As long as we do this cognitive fusion, I think you're going to find it very difficult, if not impossible, to have compassion and forgiveness of people who behave badly, because it doesn't feel right. And it doesn't feel right because we have an invalid perspective, because it feels like we're accepting their negative behaviour. And we can't do that. That's why it feels like compassion is wrong, because it seems like somehow we're thereby accepting their bad behaviour. All we need to do is stop thinking and speaking like this, simply adopt this perspective. We can have accepting the person, compassion for the person, and at the same time not tolerate their negative behaviour and address that negative behaviour and help them to overcome that negative behaviour. Now, this is also what we do for ourselves. When we have done negative behaviour, instead of having the correct perspective and acknowledging, I have done this harmful thing, again, usually or often our perspective is, I'm a bad person. And then, of course, then we attack ourselves, we get angry at ourselves, and then forgiveness and compassion, no way, I don't deserve it because I'm just a horrible, bad, nasty person. And then, of course, low self-esteem follows because I'm just a bad person. That's me. And then we can't acknowledge the good things we do because I'm a bad person. I don't do good things. So therefore, low self-esteem and self-hatred naturally follows. So again, the solution to low self-esteem and self-hatred is don't do what a lot of modern therapies do. As a solution to this, and this is really epidemic in our modern society, low self-esteem, self-hatred, and unfortunately a number of therapies, as a solution to this, instead of seeing yourself as a bad person, you need to see yourself as a good person. In fact, you need to see yourself as a special person. Disaster. It's a disaster. Because one of two things will happen. Special person. Yes, I am a special person. In fact, I'm better than everyone else. No. And then, of course, when we can't live up to that, because we see that actually we're not really special, then that will confirm to us that we're actually really horrible. We're just bad. So we'll plummet even further. So both of those are extremes. So the answer to is don't see yourself as a special person. That's cognitive fusion still. Cognitive fusion on the positive side, cognitive fusion on the negative leads to low self-esteem and self-hatred. Cognitive fusion on the positive side leads to big ego trip, thinking you're better than everyone else. Disaster. The solution, of course, is don't do cognitive fusion because it's a false, invalid perspective. Simply acknowledge, I have done a harmful behaviour. Then we can have forgiveness and compassion for ourselves. We can still feel good about ourselves and at the same time not tolerate our negative behaviour and address our negative behaviour. And this is the difference between regret and guilt. If we've done something harmful and we feel guilty, what are we focusing on? Bad me. So guilt comes from an invalid perspective. Guilt is completely useless. All it does is it makes us feel bad and paralyses us. And it's based on an invalid perspective. So we never need to feel guilty about anything. It doesn't help. Whereas, if we've done something harmful and we regret, what are we focusing on? Our bad behaviour. We're regretting the behaviour. So regret comes from the correct perspective, and it's very helpful because it helps us to overcome that negative behaviour. So whether we are dealing with positive or negative behaviour for ourselves and others, don't do cognitive fusion. It's a disaster. It just creates problems for ourselves and others. Unfortunately, we've been programmed since we were this high to think and speak like this. That's the reality. I mean, how often do you see when a little child is misbehaving, the parent goes, bad girl, bad boy. I mean, it's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. So, and on that point, it actually reminds me, is, of course, we not only identify ourselves with our behaviour, we identify ourselves with our thoughts and emotions and memories. Classic example, if we have anger coming up, I'm angry. Cognitive fusion. You are not anger, you have anger. But if we say, I am angry, often what happens is, I'm an angry person, that's me, you better accept that. And then, of course, low self-esteem, self-hatred, because I'm just a bad, horrible, angry, nasty person. So, don't identify with that. So we need to change the way in which we think and we speak. And if we can think and speak like this, I think you'll find things will flow much easier. You'll have good self-esteem, you'll be relating to others in a very healthy way instead of attacking people, you'll have compassion for them, and at the same time not tolerating their negative behaviour. In fact, on this point, when I was teaching this some years ago, I remember I had a lady in the group, and at the end of the session she came to me and said, oh, that's very interesting, she said, I do this with my little children. She had two children, aged I think 3 and 4, and she said that when they started to get angry, what she used to do, instead of saying you're angry, which of course doesn't help, it just makes it worse, she used to say, oh look, there's that anger thing coming up in your mind again. And she said it was very helpful because it forced the child to see anger as an object, not me. And she said it really was helpful in dissipating their anger because it forced the child to see anger as something coming up in their mind as an object, so they could not get caught up in it so easily. So this is sort of, I think, very helpful to do like this. Any questions on this?
If we go back to, you were referring yesterday to the article about the case against reality. I think that from the evolutionary perspective that people pointed to that, yeah, we are kind of programmed to group together bad actions with bad persons. What's a survival mechanism?
But again, survival, I mean, doesn't lead to well-being, unfortunately.
So my question along that would actually be, if you would point to any certain of the, I can see some lines towards the practices we've been doing. If that would be a primitive programming we have to kind of to fusion it, so to say, as an old survival mechanism.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that cognitive fusion versus no correct perspective. I don't know whether one would be more. Because remember, in evolution and that, we're talking about fitness as opposed to well-being. And whether, I don't know, it'd be interesting to know whether there is any correlation there, whether if we do cognitive fusion or not, whether we're more fit for survival and procreation or not. I don't know if this would have any bearing. It would be interesting to look at that. I don't think he studied anything like that in this study, but that would be interesting to see whether this had any effect, whether it was whether we do this or this, whether there's any impact in terms of survival and procreation, whether one is more advantageous or not, or whether there's no relationship at all.
But here you said the cognitive.
I mean, what he said in that article was that a correct view of reality has no benefit in survival and procreation. In fact, he said he was basically it's driven to extinction because it doesn't provide any better fitness in terms of survival and procreation.
The research that I'm linking to this is around empathy and how it's been developed actually, and the idea that the people that look like us and what we can relate to, so to say, we tend to help, so to say, and vice versa. So anyone I perceive as a threat, I have a tendency, what evolution said, they have a tendency to group them as bad and dangerous and like, let's kill them. And I think in the streets of Gothenburg we see kind of a version of that, right?
Yeah.
The us and them kind of.
And this, I mean, this unfortunately, I mean, historically as a caveman had limited destructive capability. In our modern world, this can destroy the planet. I mean, it is, and we see it. I mean, this is destroying the planet, this. We're the good guys, they're the bad guys, let's kill them. Oh, we've got nuclear weapons, let's drop them on them. I mean, that's what we do. Yeah, I mean, we do this. As soon as we do this, and we see them as bad, oh, I'm not one of those, I'm not one of them, I'm one of us. We're the good guys, they're the bad guys. So this creates division. And as a caveman, okay, maybe one or two tribes get a bit beat up or killed. Not the end of the planet. But now, this is going to destroy the planet, basically. So if we keep doing this, I don't think we've got much hope. And this is also what we do in our judicial system. Someone has committed a crime. What do? We punish people. You're guilty. And what do we do in the penal system? We punish people. And statistics show in countries that punish people, they re-offend, and it's a higher cost to society. So forget about compassion. Simply on economic reasons, financial reasons, this is bad news for a country. Bad news. It costs them more money. So even on economics, if we do this, then, and we punish the crime and try and rehabilitate the person, forget about compassion, just economically, much better for the country. In fact, I don't know if they do it in Sweden, but I remember recently, I think on BBC, there was a documentary about this thing, and it was in Norway. And they were trying to rehabilitate and not punish people, and they had a maximum security prison, you know, for the big offenders, and they had no bars on the windows. No one has tried to escape. Because the guards are caring for the people. And they were interviewing both some of the guards and some of the inmates, and you know, you could see that it was a much better system than trying to do this.
Actually, would you point to the compassion practices we are trying could be, if you want to break it down, what would be the practice actually to break these biases? Would you zoom in on that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, again, as long as we do this, and we're programmed to do this, as we do this, I think compassion, how are we going to do that? I mean, how are we going to do that? How's that going to work?
Would a compassion as an attitude actually avoid us doing the cognitive fusion?
Yes, I mean, of course, if we really work on compassion, that's going to help us to break that down. But I think we're so strong in this, we need to directly address it. I think going just via compassion, yes, maybe we'll start to break that down and start doing this a bit more, but I think it's so entrenched, we need to tackle it head on. We need to reprogram the way we think and speak. If we don't, I think the compassion route is going to be very difficult and maybe won't succeed. Because this is so hardwired in us. And we really need to change that. And also, if we start thinking and speaking like this, I think you'll find you're going to have a big positive impact on the people around you, without them really realizing why. I think if they're intuitive, they'll start to pick it up. And we can notice that ourselves. Like, if someone's behaving badly, and we're using this sort of perspective and language, we can use very strong words about their behaviour. I mean, very strong. And at the same time, we are sort of radiating this compassion. And people sense that. You know, if you've done something not very nice, and someone's using very strong words to you, but they're doing it like this, you can sense that they're caring for you. And then you're more likely to listen to what they have to say. And you're more likely not to attack them back. But if they're doing this approach, even if what you did was really bad, and they're correct in saying that, but if they use this way of speaking, 9 times out of 10, we're just going to react. We're going to react because they're directing at us, not the behaviour. And we sense that they're hostile to us. Here, we're hostile to their behaviour, but we're compassionate to them, and we can sense that. If someone is hostile to our behaviour, and yet really compassionate, caring towards us, we can pick that up. And then we'll go, okay, yes, you're right. That was really bad then. I'll try and solve that, fix that. Okay, just briefly, how to deal with anger, and then we'll take a break. So again, to deal with anger, the first point, understand what do we mean by the word anger. So again, here I think the word anger, as it's defined in Buddhism and psychology, is not the same. So here in Buddhism, anger is this intention to harm. So we need to understand that. And so we need to see the disadvantages of anger, and then we'll have the aspiration to eliminate it. But again, and of course the long-term strategy, as with attachment, we need to get rid of ignorance, because the underlying cause of anger is grasping onto independent me, independent world. That's the long-term strategy. Short-term strategy, mindfulness. We really develop mindfulness, again, we'll have this little window of opportunity. Now what happens, of course, is anger arises, and before we know it, we're out of control. And it's only when we're out of control that we realise we're angry, and then it's really too late. We just have to get out of that situation. So the key is, again, catch it before we're out of control. Little window of opportunity. So with better mindfulness, we can notice that anger coming up, you know, through tension, irritation, and so forth. It may only be a second or two, but that's all we need to catch it. And then, like attachment, one effective short-term strategy, try and suppress it or do anything with it. Just observe it. Because if you can observe it as an object, which it is, it can't go anywhere. And now that you're observing anger, you're not observing the thing that's causing the anger, so there's nothing feeding it anymore. And you're not feeding it by identifying with it or trying to suppress it, you're just observing it. So it will just arise and pass, arise and pass. Very effective. On top of that, of course, we can apply antidotes. So again, if we are getting angry, then we can use the compassion wing in this way to avoid the cognitive fusion, and then to see there is simply a person engaging in a harmful behaviour, and then we can have compassion for that person. And the wisdom, of course, as we looked at yesterday, 2 things we can do in the wisdom. One is the impermanence, is notice that the personal thing that we're getting angry or frustrated at is changing moment by moment. Also then we can go deeper and do the wisdom of emptiness. So again, we've got 3 choices here. We can investigate the personal thing that's causing our anger. Where is that personal thing that I'm getting angry about? We can look at anger itself. Where is this anger that is arising in my mind? Or probably in a more effective way, look at me, the person who's getting angry. Where is the me that's getting angry? Any one of those, if we investigate, the anger will dissipate if we use the emptiness approach. So this is also how then we can work with anger. So that's all I wanted to mention. Any last questions before we take a tea break?
So all this is like we don't feed the anger anymore. We don't get the
Yeah.
Doesn't get any chance to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, I mean, usually what happens is when we have things like anger coming up, normally we don't know how to deal with it. So what we do is we fight with it. We try and suppress it. That doesn't work. I mean, maybe we can temporarily suppress it, but the consequences are disaster. Because suppressing anger particularly often manifests as a lot of physical problems in the body. I think a lot of modern day physical illnesses are suppressed emotions like anger and jealousy and so forth. And then we project that negativity. Because we're suppressing it, we feel it, but we're basically denying it. Yes, there's anger, but it's not me. I'm not the angry. They're the angry ones. Really. And so we project it onto the people around us. So it's a real disaster. But again, unfortunately, a lot of modern therapies, and anger is a big problem, anger management, some of the modern therapies, the solution is a disaster. Because they see there's two options, suppress or express. So they understand suppressing creates so much problems. So they say, let it out. You know, hit a pillow, shout at a wall. From a Buddhist perspective, it's a disaster. Okay, temporarily you're relieved of the tension of suppression. But all you've done is you've increased your habit of expressing. So today, yes, you're smashing a pillow. Tomorrow, you're probably smashing someone's face. So this is not a solution. Not a solution. It's a disaster. So we don't need to express to overcome suppression. The middle way is observe. Just observe. Mindfulness. That's the middle way between suppression and expression. Is just observe. But without mindfulness, that's not possible. So modern therapies think, well, they're the two choices. There's nothing else we can do. Either we suppress or we express. What else is there to do?
But we really have to be determined to do these things. Because anger and all these kind of nasty
but we're talking
feelings are...
sure, but we're talking about our mental health and well-being. I mean, what's important to us?
Yeah, but...
you know, do we really want to keep destroying ourselves and the people around us, or...
But I've seen so, like, criminal people I met a lot.
Sure, sure.
And they have so strong emotions.
Sure. And again,
it's like they get killed if they...
Sure. But again, if we don't have mindfulness, it's difficult to change things.
Yeah, of course.
It's difficult.
I agree. But
with mindfulness, everything's possible.
They resist this.
Yeah, but again, I think if you approach it in a good way, I think they'll understand. And I mean, everyone can understand and then move forward from that. You know? We're not talking about something complicated. It's actually very simple.
Yeah.
I mean, mindfulness is not complicated. It's not. We don't have to do something complicated. All we have to do is just look, just observe. I mean, that's it. Nothing more than that. It's not we're having to follow some complicated steps to overcome the anger. We just look at it. That's it. It's just that we're not able to look at it because we don't have mindfulness. So that's why shamatha practice so beneficial. Because if we do shamatha practice, looking at anger and stuff and irritation becomes actually very easy. Very easy. Of course, we're not going to be able to look at strong anger from one day to the next. But if we improve mindfulness, you'll find that there's always a beginning to anger. If we catch it earlier, and at the start it'll be just some sort of mild irritation or tension maybe. If we can see that, it can't go anywhere. It can't become anger because we'll watch it and it'll just go. But the thing is, we don't see that. It slowly builds up, and it's only when it's sort of up here somewhere, very strong, oh, I'm getting angry. That's because we don't have mindfulness. We don't notice that process. If we have mindfulness, we can catch it way, way earlier. And then all we need to do is just look at it, and then it can't go anywhere. It can't go anywhere. Okay, let's take a break. Come back at 4 o'clock. And then one last meditation, and then we'll look at some ways of integrating a lot of this stuff into daily life. Let's start this last session with a meditation. and then we'll look at some advice about how to bring a lot of these things into our daily life, to integrate them. First, meditation practice. So as always, we begin by preparing the body, setting it into a state of relaxation, stillness, and vigilance. Allowing the breathing to settle into its natural rhythm. And setting the mind into a state of ease and relaxation. Simply allowing the mind to come to rest in the present moment. Focusing on the sensations of the breath throughout the body. We all want to be happy, and we all want to be free of suffering. And it often seems to us as if the source of our happiness and the source of our suffering is out there in the world.
as a result, one of the main methods we use to try to find happiness and overcome suffering is that we try to manipulate the things around us. We try to attract people, places, and things that seem to be the source of our happiness. And we try to push away or avoid people, places, and things that seem to be the source of our suffering. However, is this an effective strategy? Are we getting any closer to overcoming suffering and finding genuine happiness? No matter how hard we try to manipulate the things around us, we still seem to encounter suffering. And we're still chasing after that elusive happiness. All that we're really doing with this approach is that we are trapping ourselves in the hope-fear cycle. Hoping for pleasant experiences and fearing or worrying about unpleasant experiences. And if we don't get the things we want, we often become very frustrated. And even if we do get the things we want, they never really fully satisfy us, and we simply end up craving for more. And we often end up with a lot of dissatisfaction and disappointment when things don't live up to our expectations. So what's the solution? According to Buddhism, we're simply looking in the wrong place. happen if we instead turned our attention to our own mind? What would happen if we began to cultivate more mindfulness? Cultivate a more calm, clear and focused mind. What would happen if we began to reduce our mental afflictions, such as craving and attachment, anger and jealousy, fear and anxiety? And what would happen if we could begin to see things more clearly and accurately, without projecting or distorting what we apprehend? And we began to cultivate loving kindness and compassion for ourselves and others. And instead of reacting to things out of old habits, we instead began to respond in ways more conducive to our own and others' happiness. And what would happen if we could begin to see difficult situations in our life not as problems or obstacles, but rather as opportunities for growth and development? So let's set a positive motivation. motivation wishing to discover practical methods to overcome our own mental afflictions and suffering, and to find genuine happiness and well-being. And we can extend that motivation out to include others, also wishing to help those around us to overcome mental afflictions and suffering, and to find genuine happiness and well-being. And we can dedicate all of our efforts here together this weekend towards that goal. Towards the goal of gaining insight into the nature of reality, so that we can overcome all of our mental afflictions and suffering, and to achieve liberation, genuine happiness and well-being. Not just for ourselves, but also so that we can help those around us do likewise. What I'd like to do for the remainder of the time in this session is have a little look at how we can integrate some of these ideas into daily life. So, where do we start? All Buddhist traditions are in agreement that the three core practices, the three main practices are ethics, concentration, and wisdom. That the foundation of any Buddhist path is ethics. And ethics, of course, can be at a number of levels. At the most foundation, basic level, it would involve avoiding harmful behaviour. In the Mahayana, we can take that ethics a bit further and be more proactive. And so in the Mahayana, ethics is not simply avoiding harmful behaviour, but there's the ethics of engaging in virtuous behaviour, and there's the ethics of helping and benefiting others. So if we want to be more proactive, we would do it in that way. But at least the basic, the minimum, would be to avoid harmful behaviour. And then the concentration practice, developing single-pointed concentration. Often this is called shamatha practice. And the word shamatha actually we can divide into two. Shama means calm,
so a calm mind. And ta means to remain or abide. So often shamatha is translated as calm abiding. So of course this is the practice of developing a calm, clear and focused mind. This is the foundation of the wisdom practice. And I think I already mentioned once earlier in this weekend that of course all Buddhist traditions agree on this. But if you go into all the various Buddhist traditions in the modern world, this often gets marginalized or even completely sort of left out. A lot of the Theravada traditions talk about the wisdom practice, the Vipassana practice. And in the Tibetan tradition, we often hear a lot about deity yoga and bodhicitta and emptiness and all these sorts of practices. But I think none of those practices will be effective if we don't have a calm, clear, focused mind. We can put a lot of effort into Vipassana, into deity yoga, bodhicitta, emptiness, all sorts of practices, and not get very far because our mind is distracted and half asleep. And I think particularly in our modern society, I think our attention skills are quite poor in general. So I think if we really want these Vipassana and other practices to be effective, we need to emphasize this shamatha practice. And of course, not only is this shamatha practice the basis of all other practices, but simply doing this practice has a lot of immediate direct benefit in our life. Because if we can develop a more calm, clear, focused mind, we have direct immediate benefit. Our mind, much more calm, means we'll be much more effective in everything we do, much less stress and agitation, much better mental balance, and as we saw earlier, we'll actually enjoy simple pleasures in life much more than we do now. So there are a lot of immediate benefits from the shamatha practice. Also, in our modern society, we often tend to be the slaves of our own mind, tormented by our own mind. So shamatha practice, particularly the one observing the mind, very helpful for becoming the masters of our own mind and making our mind our best friend. And so on that basis, then we engage in the wisdom practice, often referred to in Sanskrit as Vipassana practice, or in Pali Vipassana practice, gaining insight into the nature of reality. And so here we saw that there are 4 insights we can cultivate, at least here. There's the insight into impermanence, the insight into suffering or dukkha, the insight into no self, and then of course the insight into emptiness. And so of course all of those 4 are very meaningful and helpful. The insight into impermanence, of course, will help us to reduce craving and attachment for pleasant things, aversion to unpleasant things, and then be much more in the flow of life, to be in harmony with that. The insight into suffering or dukkha will help us to shift our focus from looking out there for the source of happiness and suffering, instead looking inside. And then the insight into no self also will help to release a lot of that ignorance and self-grasping, and thereby reduce mental afflictions even further. And then at the deepest level, the one we mainly focused on this weekend, this insight into emptiness, the fundamental ignorance, to overcome that fundamental ignorance, to really overcome all mental afflictions and suffering. So these are the core practices. And what we need to do, of course, in terms of integrating, we can talk about integrating in a number of ways. One way that's often presented is we need to integrate 3 things. We need to integrate view, meditation, and conduct. So view here, of course, is our philosophical view, or often called worldview. And this, of course, we need to sort out, because now our worldview, as we saw, we have a lot of these distortions. We have a distorted worldview. And these days, of course, mindfulness has become very popular. Good thing. And usually mindfulness in the modern traditions has been taken from the Buddhist context. But then, in all of this, within Buddhism, then often mindfulness is taken out, but then the rest is sort of thrown away, because a lot of the other things, a lot of the modern traditions go, oh no, that's that religious stuff. We don't want any of that. Let's get rid of that quick. And so what they do is they take out mindfulness on its own, and then you end up with what's called the mindfulness pill, bare mindfulness. So then a lot of these modern traditions say, here, take the mindfulness pill and all your problems will go away. They won't. In fact, if we just take the mindfulness pill, not only won't our problems go away, we could just amplify our problems. Because, particularly here, if we haven't fixed up our worldview, if we don't have a healthy, accurate worldview, if our worldview is very dysfunctional, then taking the mindfulness pill will just amplify that. Meaning that then the mindfulness pill will give us more focused way of cheating people, more focused way of deceiving, more focused way of getting more money, more pleasure and so forth, which is just going to create more suffering, only more suffering. And unfortunately, this is sometimes how mindfulness is presented. Very unfortunate. So what we need to do is that pill of mindfulness needs to have a framework around it. And that framework really comes with view here. So in that philosophical view, I think one thing that is important that we saw in the Vipassana is to really, as part of that worldview, is to understand what do we mean by happiness, what do we mean by suffering, and where is the source of happiness and suffering. To really appreciate that when we talk about happiness, we're not just meaning pleasure, we're meaning this genuine happiness, inner well-being. And that the source of suffering is not anywhere to be found out there, that suffering is really coming from our mental afflictions within the mind. And so if we can appreciate, if we can make that shift in the worldview, that source of happiness and suffering is coming from within, then we can have a bit of framework around the mindfulness. Then the mindfulness, based on a healthy worldview, can really be transformative and effective. But then, of course, meditation, which is internalizing these ideas, is then needs to be integrated into daily life in terms of daily life conduct. And so we need to meditate and we need to integrate. We need to integrate into daily life. Because if we don't meditate, if we just try to integrate these ideas into daily life, I think you're going to find it almost impossible to transform your daily life, because we have so strong habits based on usually dysfunctional worldview. And we need to shift those habits. And just trying to intellectually shift those in daily life, I think is not going to work. We need more help. So if we can start to work on meditation, particularly if we work on the shamatha practice and have a more calm, clear mind, then the other meditative practices such as Vipassana, loving kindness and compassion will start to have an impact on our mind. And then that little shift in the mind we can bring into daily life, into our daily life conduct. And then we can start to do something in daily life. And once we start to work in daily life conduct, that will of course feed back into the meditation. So they'll help each other. We need both of those together. And unfortunately, often people leave one of those out. Sometimes people think, oh yes, I need to meditate every morning. So they diligently meditate every single morning, but then the rest of their day they just jump up and run around like crazy. And then they wonder why their meditation practice is not going anywhere. You know, 30 minutes of meditating, 14 hours of mindlessly running around, reacting to things. I mean, which one of those is going to win out? And again, if we want to change the daily life and we don't meditate, I think you're going to find it almost impossible to begin, because we've got nothing to bring into the daily life. And we have such strong habits. So we need both of these to work together. And on that point, in terms of daily life, integrating but also in terms of meditating, we need to simplify our lives. Because we have many, we'll have very busy lives. Let me just find this quote I'm looking for. And, you know, often I hear people say, oh, I'd like to meditate, but I'm just too busy. Yes, it's probably true that we've very busy lives, no doubt about it. But it's simply a matter of priorities. Now, there of course are certain things that for most of us are essential that we do every day, or most days at least. Most of us probably have to work at some level to have enough money to roof over our head and food in the stomach, the basic necessities in life. Some of us maybe have family responsibilities that are essential. Some of us maybe have some other responsibilities that are essential. But above and beyond those essential activities, we tend to fill up our day with lots of stuff. And one of the reasons we do that is, in our modern society, it's often felt if you're not doing something, you're not being productive. So just do something, do anything. And of course, if we're not doing something, we're just sitting there quietly, that sort of forces us to look at our mind, which is a mess. And so we don't like what we see, so we just want to busy ourselves, we just want to distract ourselves from this neurotic mind of ours. And this obsession with doing was highlighted very recently, and this difficulty of just sitting quietly was highlighted recently. They did a study. Maybe some of you heard about this study. What they did was they had a white room and a chair in the middle, so there was nothing to look at. And they asked each person to sit in the chair quietly for 15 minutes, only 15 minutes, and do nothing. The only thing they could do was they gave each person a little device that could give themselves a painful electrical shock. 65% of men preferred to shock themselves than sit quietly for 15 minutes and do nothing. One man shocked himself 90 times in 15 minutes. 90. Women were a bit better. Only 25% of women preferred to shock themselves and sit quietly and do nothing for 15 minutes. Now, of course, what we can do is forcibly cut things out of our life. But I think you'll find that's going to be a struggle, because they'll sort of come back. From a Buddhist perspective, how to simplify our life is do the first two reflections that you find in many Buddhist traditions. Precious human life and death. Because if we reflect on precious human life, the fact that we're not just human, but we're living in a time and place where we have so much opportunity to make our life meaningful, and the fact that and then reflecting on death, that this opportunity is not going to last forever. Because sometimes we understand, yes, my life, I've got a precious human life, a lot of opportunity, I want to make it meaningful, but I'm busy now. You know, I'll do that spiritual stuff later when I retire. And of course we keep putting it off and we never begin. So we need to reflect on precious human life and death, the fact that it's not going, this opportunity is not going to last forever. And then I think what you'll find is a lot of these extra things that you fill up your day with, you're going to lose interest in them because you'll see that they're not bringing you anything. You just lose interest in them. And in fact, this is often the case for people who've had these so-called near-death experiences, you know, through accident or illness or something. They've directly seen death and they've come back. And then they really do appreciate the preciousness of their life. And very often that experience has completely transforms that person. They have much more joy in life and they just want to make their life as meaningful as possible. Also, we sometimes find this in people who have terminal illness and who know that they're about to die. In fact, some years ago I had in one of my classes an Irish lady who was working in the hospice movement, looking after terminally ill people. And she said it wasn't actually uncommon for the people she was caring for to tell her that getting the terminal illness was actually the best thing that happened to that person in their entire life. The best. Because now they appreciate what life is. Maybe they only got 6 months to live, but now they really understand what life is, really the preciousness of life, and they really want to take advantage of that time that they have left. And recently also I saw another lady on the internet, in I think social media somewhere. She had obviously some terminals and had maybe 6 months or something to live, and she was pleading with people not to waste their life in meaningless activities. Because she saw that she only had so much time and she really wanted to make it meaningful. And on that note, I'd like to read a little bit from a talk or an address that Steve Jobs gave. Steve Jobs used to be CEO of Apple. He gave this talk to students at Stanford University some years ago. And there's just 2 paragraphs I'd like to read what he said. He said, "When I was 17, I read a quote that went something like, 'If you live each day as if it was your last, someday you'll most certainly be right.' It made an impression on me. And since then, for the past 33 years, I have looked in the mirror every morning and asked myself, if today were the last day of my life, would I want to do what I'm about to do today? And whenever the answer has been no for too many days in a row, I know I need to change something. Remembering that I'll be dead soon is the most important tool I've ever encountered to help me make the big choices in life. Because almost everything, all external expectations or pride or fear of embarrassment or failure, these things just fall away in the face of death, leaving only what is truly important. Remembering that you're going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You are already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart." And on that point, there was another lady, I think Australian lady, who was working in the hospice movement for 30, 40 years. And she often talked to the people she was caring for about what are their biggest regrets in life. And she tabled this information over 20 or 30 years. And basically the number one regret was that, particularly amongst men, because at that time the women weren't so much in the workforce, she said, number one regret across the board for all men was, the biggest regret was working too hard, not spending enough time with family and doing other meaningful things in their life. That was the number one regret. So I think we can avoid this situation of later in life looking back and being full of regrets. If we do these 2 sort of reflections on precious human life and death, I think what you'll find is your life will simplify, you'll focus on the important things, then you're going to have time to meditate. And on that point, often people, when they get in contact with some sort of spiritual life or spiritual tradition, they often come up with this dilemma, you know, should I do the career thing or should I do the spiritual thing? You know, which one should I do? I think this is the wrong way of thinking. Because if we give up our career, one, how are we going to financially support ourselves? Can't live in a cave the rest of our life. And then two, how are we going to contribute to society? Because particularly if our career is the one thing we're good at, if we give that up, what are we going to do to benefit society? Rather, we need to integrate. So use your career in a better way to benefit society. Particularly if you're good at it, then use that to benefit society. Because we need to express. We need two things. We need to internally transform, and then we need to outwardly express that through helping and benefiting society. So I think this is what we need to do. And we all have our own unique talents. We should use those to benefit society. And in terms of doing this, another thing I think that we really need to think about is the idea of Sangha, of spiritual community. My experience, and talking to many people, if we don't find like-minded people and get connected with them, I think you're going to find trying to do any of this sort of stuff very difficult, if not impossible. Because we have very strong habits, we're very strongly influenced by things around us, and even if we have a strong determination to want to head our life in a better new direction, I think you'll find you'll just get swept away in your old routines and habits. That's what happened to me. I did a couple of Buddhist courses, full of enthusiasm. I went back to Australia. I thought, wow, I'm going to really change my life. Where I went back to, there was no one interested in these ideas, no Buddhist centre, nothing. So I wanted to meditate every day. I wanted to move in a new direction. Basically, for 2 years, nothing happened. I just got swept up in my old habits. Nothing happened. Nothing. Even though I wanted to meditate and do things differently, I couldn't do it because I had strong habits, strongly influenced by things around me. I just got swept away. So therefore, I think if we really want to do something, we need to find this Sangha. That can take the form of an organised way, like a Buddhist centre, or it can take a more informal form. Just find like-minded people, get connected with them. And I would highly recommend to get connected, meet together regularly, maybe a little bit of meditation together, discussion and so forth. Because if you don't do that, I think you're going to find it almost impossible. Fortunately now, finding this sort of Sangha is getting a lot easier than it was when I first started. More interest in Buddhism, but of course also now we have electronic media that can help us to find, and even if we're living in a physically isolated place, at least we can find in sort of what's called now sometimes e-Sangha, electronic Sangha, you know, this sort of virtual Sangha. At least that's something better than nothing. But of course, better is physical presence. Meet together regularly. I think this is going to be very, very important. And together with that, I think it's very important to at least once a year to come to a group meditation retreat. Ideally for a week, to give yourself a boost. So instead of maybe spending 2 weeks on the beach for holiday, 1 week on the beach and 1 week doing a meditation retreat. Better. Because that really gives us a boost and can bring the practice to another level. And what I'd recommend is a group retreat. If we try to do sort of solitary retreat, very difficult because we have to be disciplined, self-motivating and everything. It's not so easy. If you go to a group retreat, there's structure, it's led, and then you have the group energy to support you. So much easier. So start doing group retreat, and then after you have some experience in a few of those, then you can start to maybe do some solitary retreat. But again, start small. Don't start with a week. Maybe half a day or a day maximum. And then maybe 2 days, long weekend, and that way we can expand. But much easier to start with a group retreat. And then a little bit of advice maybe on to set up the day, daily life advice. Of course, continuity is the key to success. Continuity means to have a daily meditation practice and of course to integrate that into the daily life. And of course, it's important to set a good motivation for meditation for the day in general. And I've got a motivation from the Dalai Lama, which is, I think, a very good motivation. And he says, every day, think as you wake up, today I am fortunate to have woken up. I am alive. I have a precious human life. I'm going to use all my energies to develop myself, to expand my heart out to others. I'm going to have kind thoughts towards others. I'm not going to get angry or think badly about others. I'm going to benefit others as much as I can. And the short version of that is, every day, think as you wake up, I'm going to benefit others as much as I can. So I think this is a very good way to start the day, with this motivation. Meditation practice, one of the most difficult things is developing the habit. If we change the time when we meditate each day, we're not really developing a habit. So pick a time that works and stick to that time. And in general, it's very much recommended to do it first thing in the morning, because it's usually when we can commit to a certain time, we're most fresh, and of course it's a good way to start the day. So pick a time that works for you and stick to that time. And it's also good to have a place to meditate. Ideally, if you have that possibility, if you've got a spare room, have a room you can close the door. Particularly if you've got family, you can sort of, kids running around, you can sort of shut yourself away for a half an hour or whatever. Or flatmates or something, you can have your own private space. So if you have a spare room, best. If you don't, good to have a corner of a room as the meditation place. Make it comfortable, make it attractive. You want to go there. So then you start to associate that with meditation. If you're just meditating on your bed, usually bed you associate with sleep, so you may just sit there and get very sleepy. So very good to have a particular space for meditation, make it inviting, and often in the Tibetan tradition, you find these sorts of altars that people set up, sometimes with statues or pictures. These can be very helpful for inspiration. So if there's a certain person, a teacher or the Buddha or whoever who inspires you, you can have a picture there, so when you sit down and you see that person or Buddha or whoever, you get inspired to do the practice. So this can be very helpful. With meditation, always emphasize quality over quantity. It's much better to meditate for a short time in a focused way than sit there too long and just drift into dullness and distraction. Particularly with the shamatha practice. How long to meditate? That will depend on us as an individual, where we're at, level of capacity. For many people as a beginner, a good amount of time, ballpark, 20 minutes. Some people find that a bit long, 15, some people find a bit longer, 25. So around that number, usually for many beginners, good amount of time. Enough time to get into it, but not too much time that we're just simply getting into dullness and daydreaming constantly. If you want to meditate longer in the morning, so you want to meditate 30 minutes or 45 minutes, but you can't sustain that, break it into 2 sessions, smaller, with a little break in the middle. Very much recommended to use a timer for your meditation. If you don't use a timer, probably one of 2 things will happen. On days where things don't go well, maybe you're sort of agitated, irritated, you sit down to meditate, you really can't get into the meditation, you try, and then usually after 5 or 10 minutes you go, oh, I can't do this, and you stop. Not a good habit. Because one of the things we need in meditation, but in daily life in general, is perseverance. If whenever things get difficult we give up, not a good habit to get into. If you set a timer and things are difficult, we'll persevere. Good, very good. Other days, if you don't set a timer and things are going well, we go, oh, it's going really well today, I'll just keep going. And then of course we keep going until when? Until it's not going so well, and then we stop. And the thing we remember most about meditation is how it ended. So if we're always ending in frustration, disappointment, distraction, we're going to start to associate meditation with not such good experiences. We're not going to want to meditate again. Whereas if we set a timer, things are going well, and we stop, we remember that, we'll be enthusiastic, we'll want to meditate again the following day. Set a timer. Then, of course, as we get deeper into the practice, further into practice, we will need to extend how long we meditate to go further. If we're only ever meditating 20 minutes, we're not going to progress that far. How to know when to extend is when, if our normal experience is at the end of the meditation, our normal experience is, oh, I could have done a little bit more, that would have been good. Then it's time to extend, if that's our normal experience. But don't extend from 20 to 40. Extend maybe 3 to 5 minutes maximum. And then slowly extend over time, we can go deeper. But always emphasizing quality over quantity. What to meditate on? I think as a beginner, particularly if our attention skills are not very good, I would recommend shamatha practice as the main emphasis. But not just do shamatha, because that's quite imbalanced if we're only doing shamatha meditation. So to balance that, as we did in this weekend, I would certainly add from time to time, a few days or times a week, some loving kindness, compassion practice, something in that area. And then of course also add from time to time some vipassana to balance. Because also these practices, if we get into the loving kindness, compassion practice and the vipassana practice, they will also feed back into the shamatha practice. So they'll also help support. So I would certainly do that. And then of course, whatever we're meditating in the morning, we need to bring that into the day. We need to integrate that into the day. And as we've seen, one key element to integrate anything into the day is mindfulness. Without mindfulness, we're just going to get caught up in our reactionary habits. Some stimulus comes, we react. We're not going to be able to integrate anything. So we really need to work on mindfulness throughout the day. Of course, at the beginning of the day, we can say, okay, I'm just going to be mindful as possible throughout the day. And then probably after 5 minutes, we've forgotten that, and that's the end of the day. So therefore, what's helpful as a beginner is use triggers to remind us to be mindful. And triggers can take a number of forms. One classic way of trigger is pick certain activities that we regularly do each day and make a determined effort to be fully present in that activity when we're doing it. Example, brushing teeth. Now, of course, often in the morning, maybe we've had some quick breakfast, quickly brushing the teeth, and while we're doing that, we're thinking about all the things we have to do that day. We run out the door and then we go, did I brush my teeth this morning? We don't even remember. So therefore, when you're brushing your teeth, focus on that. Don't be doing one thing and thinking about something else. Disaster. So be present with the sensations of the toothbrush on the gums and so forth. Be fully present. Another classic example is eating meals. Again, now maybe at lunchtime we've got a short lunch break, gulping down some food, thinking about all the things we have to do in the afternoon. So again, when you're eating meals, be fully present with eating the meal. And then of course you'll enjoy the meal much more as well. And then of course we can, instead of having modern technology as one of the main causes for decrease of attention skills, we can use modern technology to support us. So now, of course, there's certain apps, mindfulness apps we can put on our smartphones, which we can program so that maybe once an hour they give a little signal. When that signal comes, we just stop whatever we're doing and then do a little mindfulness exercise, which could simply be focus on the breathing for 3 breaths, and then go back to what we were doing. Some of them have little mindfulness exercises built in. But if we do a little mindfulness exercise, at regular intervals through the day, maybe even just once an hour, we'll start to get in the habit of being more mindful. And then, of course, in terms of this emptiness practice we looked at this weekend, how to integrate that into daily life is, again, this illusory-like emptiness practice, particularly when we have pleasant or unpleasant stimulus. That where we normally react. So when we find we have something pleasant or unpleasant happening to us, this is the time to do the emptiness practice. Again, we can investigate the person or thing that is pleasant or unpleasant and look for the pleasantness or unpleasantness in that object. We can look for the me who is reacting to that, having craving, attachment, aversion, or anger, where is the me? So we can do this illusory-like emptiness practice to deepen our emptiness practice and at the same time stop us from reacting to these stimulus in daily life. And then, of course, at the end of the day, it's also very good to finish the day on a good note. So if we have time and energy to meditate in the evening as well, very good. If not, then I think there's at least two things we can do at the end of the day before we go to sleep. First is review our day. How did our day go? And then maybe pick 1, 2, or maximum 3 not so good things we did during the day, maybe a little bit negative things we did. And then we can go through those 4 opponent powers we looked at before. We can develop sincere regret, reaffirm the positive direction in life, think of some sort of remedy, and make a strong determination not to do that again. Make it simple, so maybe 1, 2, maximum 3 things. You can go through that. So in that way we can sort of weaken negative habits. And then at the same time, what I very much encourage, because in our modern society we have an obsessive focus on the negative. We need to balance. So we need to focus on the positive. So again, review the day and pick the top 1, 2, or 3 positive things you did during the day. And with each of those, we rejoice that we've done that and make a strong determination to continue to do that positive behaviour the following day. So that can strengthen our positive habits. So this is one thing we can do at the end of the day, review our day in terms of positive and negative. And then the last thing we can do is, when we go to bed, lie in bed in the Shavasana posture, the corpse posture. Flat on your back, hands to the side, and then just do a little shamatha practice, a mindfulness exercise, just noticing sensations of the breath throughout the body, and then on every out-breath, releasing any tension in the body, releasing any thoughts in the mind. Because often at the end of the day, busy day, tension in the body, a lot of thoughts going on around and around. We try to go to sleep and we just can't go to sleep. So then in this, we do this exercise, we're just noticing sensations in the body, releasing any tension in the out-breath in the body, releasing any thoughts in the mind. Keep doing that as long as we can maintain some alertness. Once we start to get very drowsy, and that may be only after a couple of minutes, as soon as we start to get very drowsy, we go mentally note, my meditation's finished, and then physically move out of that posture into whatever posture you use for sleep. And so that way we can do a little mindfulness exercise. It's a good transition into sleep as well. So this is a good way to finish the day. So that's some daily life advice. We've run out of time, so just one more point, or 2 more points, and then I'm finished, is reading material. For this topic of emptiness that we focused mainly on, I would recommend How to See Yourself as You Really Are, a book from His Holiness Dalai Lama, very good book on the topic of emptiness. If you're interested in shamatha practice, which we touched on briefly, Attention Revolution from Alan Wallace is a very good book. Also in that book he has the practices of loving kindness, compassion, empathy, joy, equanimity, and so forth as well. Very good book. Also, I have my own website.
Attention Revolution.
Attention Revolution, yeah. glensvensson.org. I've got lots of materials on there, audio from various retreats and things I've been running. Also my schedule there. If you're interested in going to some retreat next year, I've got a couple of shamatha retreats in particular that I'll be running next year. 8-9 day shamatha retreats, a couple of those happening in the summertime next year. So just have a look and see what's available if you're interested. And also if you want to ask me any questions, I've got a contact page there. You can send me a message and I can try to answer any questions that you may have. So that's all I really wanted to say. So we've run over time, so I think we can leave it there. So I'd like to finish by thanking the centre here for inviting me here, and all the people who helped arrange this weekend and supported this weekend. Thank you very much. And lastly, I'd like to thank all of you for making the time and effort to come here. Hope you got something out of the weekend. If you did, please take it home, use it, integrate it into your life, and try and
think. And I hope to see you again in the not too distant future. So thank you.
Thank you. And we also from outside would very much like to thank you. And it was a very good weekend. We are very satisfied with all the clear, the way you structure things and the way you work. It's really helpful. Thank you very much, and please continue with that. And we hope you come back here again. We would like to invite you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's it. Thank you.
Men det är nog att stanna och hjälpa till att städa lite vore det bra. Då går det lite fortare. Ja, de som kan.
Jag väntar inte idag.
Ja, men några som kan.